My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and A.J. Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the Guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize.
Wonderful. Hi, everybody live streaming. We are live. Hello, everybody here joining us in Burlingame. I let everybody know here that we are live streaming, so we are being joined by many, many people from across the world. Can everybody here in this room say hello to our live streamers? I hope you all heard that. We know there's no such thing as time or space, so we are actually all in this space together. And I would love to give a special shout out to the man who makes this all possible on the tech end, Manuel, who is an amazing gentleman who will be working hard for us all day. Can we all say hello to Manuel? Hello, Manuel. Thank you for all you do, Manuel. We love you. We're so happy and grateful to have you. My name is Barbara. For all you live streamers, I've already introduced myself to the group here. I work with our spectacular founder, Tangela, to bring you these Enlightenment Expos, to bring you our speakers every hour on the hour, every time we do a show. For those of you live streaming, for you to be able to experience this with us until you can actually be with us, hopefully in person at some point. So I just want to welcome everyone. And without further ado, we're going to really get started. We have a full day of speakers for all of you live streaming. We have exciting speakers all day, culminating, of course, in our special speaker, Dr. John Gray, at 5 o'clock. He will be sharing his wisdom with us from his many, many, many books. And for those of you who are here this evening, we have a special event with our medium, Jared, who has an amazing show on SoulSearch TV. If you are interested in joining us for that, it's a special small group reading. Everybody is guaranteed to get a message. If you'd like to register for that, it's a separately ticketed event up at the front. Come and see us up there. But right now, I have the privilege and blessing of introducing an amazing woman, Cindy Yee. Cindy is a spiritual development director, coach, and advisor who guides souls back to their inner light and divine purpose. She helps individuals who are in deep search to find their happiness in the hard working, serving others world while keeping their self-love and self-appreciation in the equation. She can assist us with finding our inner navigational system and inner joy. And that is exactly what Cindy's going to do for all of us right now. So without further ado, let's welcome Cindy Yee.
Welcome, everyone. Good morning. I'm so happy to see all of you here. Like Barbara said, it really feels like we're all a part of a family. Whether I know you from this lifetime already, or we've probably known each other from another lifetime. There's no coincidence that we're here all today gathered to talk about your soul's purpose, your soul's journey and your soul's purpose. You were drawn to this. I was guided to give this talk. Thank you. I didn't know I was going to have a mic. I just kept telling myself I need to project all the way to the back of the room. Before I go into what I prepared today, what Spirit said to me last night was, remember to take care of yourself. So as Barbara introduced me, I had a previous life in my first almost 30 years where I didn't take care of myself. And so I invite you to really allow yourself the experience, allow yourself to journey with me in the next 45 minutes or so. And I invite you to also look at things from a perspective of, what if I was brave? This is from a song a friend that introduced me to. And what if you can't get it wrong? Wouldn't that have been amazing to know that this is Earth School and we've come to play? So you were drawn to this talk because I prompted, what did you come to do this lifetime? What did you come to do that's uniquely you as a soul in your body? And have you heard the calling to come out from hiding and to shine? And what would be some of your next steps in terms of your evolvement of your soul's journey and your soul's purpose? So in our short time together, we'll probably scratch the surface of some of these answers, or you may have epiphany and dive deep into next steps. So let's explore together. One of my friends said, And I like her saying, she says, answers like this, they may be simple, but they may or may not be easy. So I'm going to take a few minutes to share with you just my journey and how I've gotten here. In 1999, I was at a major crossroads in my life. Maybe some of you are at major crossroads yourself. And at that time, I had a picture-perfect exterior. I had graduated from Berkeley. I had started working about 7-8 years for a nonprofit in Oakland. And I was overseeing a team of 4. And so on the exterior, it was all great. I was helping my parents with their business. I was helping a sibling raise her kids. And I was in a relationship again on the outside. Looked great. Looked like I had everything. But on the inside, I was empty. On the inside, I felt that I was not aligned somehow, and I was not following my path or my soul's path. Yet I, at that time, didn't have that vocabulary. I didn't know. I just knew deep down inside that a lot of things were not right. So back to 1999, it was a day in the first week of November, and that's my birthday month. And what happened was I was leaving a Safeway in the hills of Oakland. I was still working at that nonprofit, and I had just purchased 250, 300 gift cards to give to our staff for the holidays. And I should have been feeling great, right? We're acknowledging the people that's serving the community. But I remember walking into the store and noticing how empty it was. And I was served because we had already purchased the gift cards. Then after I left, I remember feeling an energy, an uneasiness, a pit in my stomach that something is not right and I cannot go on like this. So I went into my car, sat in the vinyl black bucket seat, and I remember for the first time, and I was not raised religious, for the first time out loud, I said, God, if this is all there is, I'm done. And I really meant it. I was done. And then I said, if there's more to this life, and if there's more to experience, show me now. Show me now. And I remember asking for like immediate action. And unbeknownst to me and in my dismay, God answered. In my prelude in 1999, all of a sudden on my radio dial, never listened to the AM stations, on 1470, a woman was talking about exactly what I was going through. I was giving, but not open to receiving. I was depleted and didn't know how to recharge, how to find things that invigorate me and make me thrive. I wasn't raised in a culture or family that really looked at individual happiness and individual appreciation, self-love and self-appreciation. And so when this woman started to talk about that you can take care of yourself and you can put yourself in this equation, then I was excited. I was jumping up and down. My spirit was jumping up and down for joy. And I found myself calling a radio station, which I've never done before. And I was just so excited because someone heard me and God answered my prayer. So that's how I found meditation. And that's how I found intuition. And you were drawn to this talk and this fair because you also have questions around this. And maybe you're looking to begin this journey, or maybe you're looking to take a deeper dive into what you've already started practicing. And so fast forward about 4.5 years, I left this nonprofit and moved to a different, larger nonprofit to expand my skills, to learn more in the career world. And I was developing my intuition, my clairvoyance, and my soul's journey. And one day I got a call from the gentleman who replaced me at the previous job. And he gave me very sad news. One of the staff that worked for me at that nonprofit had passed away suddenly, unexpectedly. And she had just given birth a month or two before that. And so I sat with that and I allowed myself to feel and process. And in the days to come, there were emails, there were phone calls. Her memorial had 500 plus people in a hall in Livermore. And I hope that she knew how much she was loved. And a day or two after that, she came to me in a dream. And she was so distraught. She was crying and crying and crying. And she said, Cindy, you have to help me. I said, what's going on? And she said, one of my dear friends, thank you so much. One of my dear friends died. And she said, it was so unexpected. And in this dream, where I wasn't processing in my mental thoughts, I knew intuitively, as a soul and a spirit, she was projecting what had happened in her life onto someone dear and close to her. And what I shared with her was that, Kathleen, we don't know in the physical why certain things happen in a certain way. But when they happen, they're meant to happen. And we only can discover and understand the greater purpose and the greater message and reasons when we return back to spirit. And so the next day, I went to one of my directors and I shared with her what happened in my dream. And she said to me, she said, maybe you're meant to help souls transition from this plane, this physical plane, back to spirit. And I was still distraught about her passing, but I started to open up. And my director said, there's a reason why she came to look for you and to talk to you. And so in the following days, she continued to find me in my dreams. And we continued to process her grief of her thinking that she's lost a friend. And eventually coming full circle for her to understand that she had left the physical and that her grief processing leaving her infant as a mother and as a wife, the guilt and the judgment. And she was ready to release all of that and go full back to spirit and continue her journey. It wasn't until a few months that same year in 2005, a friend who was living with me said, if you don't know this, you really helped this soul evolve. And I took my head and kind of looked at her, a little puzzled. And she said, you've helped her. She's now already reincarnated. She's moved on to her next life. And so I wasn't sure if I was more grateful or she was more grateful. It was just really a miracle that happened. And so when we get these opportunities, it's a part of our soul's purpose. It's part of our soul's journey because we have a calling. And so do we step into the calling or do we step out of it? Do we follow what you may have fears about? There's a book called Feel the Fear and Do It Anyways. If you haven't seen it, it's a great book. But when we do step away from the opportunity, what happens? We start to say, maybe not now, maybe later, maybe not this, maybe something else. And so I share another story with you. A few days ago, I was doing my regular walk around the neighborhood in San Ramon. And we lived pretty much in a canyon. So there are eagles and owls and crows, squirrels, bunnies. It's an amazing place. Very grateful to be there for almost 4 years. What happened was I was passing this townhouse and I heard a little girl singing and playing, and she was talking to someone through the screen door. And she continued to play, and I tried to make eye contact with her. She was a few steps up in the townhouse, and I couldn't. And I realized she was just so much in her world of play. She was 3.5, 4, if that. And so I kept walking, and another 30, 40 feet, I kind of get this sense of stopping because I listen to spirit and try to be in the moment. And so when I had stopped, I was right next to a tree. And so I just placed my hand on the tree, said hello to it. Because in many ways, we're part of a tree family. We're nature, they're nature. And so I had closed my eyes, some people walked past, and then I start to realize I could still hear the little girl singing and twirling and playing. And so then I started to hear an adult, a female adult voice, and I saw that the mom was walking the little girl down the stairs and into their car. And so I started to walk towards them, and the mom put the little girl into the car seat in the back, and she proceeded to walk to the driver's seat. And she saw me coming, and so she smiled, and I said to her, I said, your little girl is in so much joy and so much fun. Her playing and singing was just so much radiating. And she was a little surprised by what I said. And she smiled and she thanked me. And then she said to her daughter who was in the back seat, she's like, did you hear that? You know, can you thank the lady? And so we shared a little bit more pleasantry, and then I started to continue my walk. And as she passed, what I noticed was that she made sure that she was still thanking me for the communication, the short exchange we had. And I wasn't sure if I was more touched or she was more touched. And this is what soul-to-soul communication is about. It may be a very simple exchange. It may be a very ordinary, everyday exchange. But when we stop to talk to someone and we stop to recognize where they're emanating from, you're validating another soul, and you're validating yourself as well. And so I ask that you think about whether it's your childhood, whether it's your adulthood, when have you experienced where you're in excitement and an enthusiasm and in joy, and someone else recognized it? Someone else said, wow, I just see you glowing. I just see your light. Thanks for being who you are. And then I also invite you to think of a time when you were emanating your light and sharing and being in joy, and someone says, no, not right now. No, that's not okay. And so coming back to our soul's purpose, our soul's purpose is for us to learn and evolve. Our soul has experienced hundreds, if not thousands of lifetimes. And it may be mostly here on this planet, or it may be multiple planets and star systems. In the recent months, maybe the last 18, 20 months, excuse me, I got the message from Spirit that we all each have our inner wisdom. Whether it's from this lifetime, whether it's from last lifetime, whether it's from the accumulation of different lifetimes. And so why have not we been taught that? Why have we not been encouraged to tap into that? And so, again, on our journey, do we go ahead and face the fear and do it anyways? Or do we take a step back and say, no, maybe later? And not that one is right and not that one is wrong. Because I've been there where I've said, no, not right now. And that's okay, because that's what you're processing and what you're learning as well. I'm going to share a saying from one of my dear advanced intuitive teacher, Michael Tamura. He says, the one thing that lets you see clearly is light. The light that you are, the light of awareness. So each of us have our own inner flame. And so are you shining that inner light and your inner flame? Or are you hesitating to do so? And the jewel, I wouldn't say the prize, the evolvement is in searching for what stops you from taking that step forward. And so I'm going to take all of you through a short meditation. I'm going to do a time check real quick. Make sure we have enough time. Okay. And so I invite you, if you have your purse or your phone, or go ahead and kind of let those be in the seat next to you. Go ahead and just be comfortable. And I invite you to start to close your eyes if you're comfortable with that. Or you can bring your gaze down towards the floor. And give yourself 3 nice deep breaths. And this is your way of telling your body that you're turning within. And just allow yourself to breathe the gift of your breath. A teacher said, do we appreciate the breathing that we give to the body? And so I invite you to imagine that you're sitting with your feet flat on the floor. You're sitting on a tree trunk. And the tree trunk is well rooted into Mother Earth, Mother Gaia. And the roots are strong. The roots are healthy. The roots are connected. And I invite you to just be right here, right now. And this is a gift of being in the present moment. And it's okay if your mind is wandering. It's okay if thoughts are coming. Go ahead and just let them pass through. And I invite you to just be right in the center of your head, in your third eye. And I invite you 3 feet in front of you to create a soap bubble. We're going to play a little bit. A soap bubble that you could blow from a wand, or you can make a soap bubble with suds in your hand. And I invite you to imagine that you're using your right pointer finger and you're popping that soap bubble. And then I invite you to create a second soap bubble in front of you, about 3 feet in front of you. And go ahead and pop that bubble as well. And let's create a third one. A third one, I invite you in this soap bubble to bring into the space of when you first experienced your own soul's vibration and your own soul's light. You may see this as a color. You may see this as a symbol. You may see this in a picture form. And just validate yourself of your inner light and your inner soul. And I'm going to have you move this soap bubble to one side of your screen. And then I invite you to create another soap bubble next to it. And with this soap bubble, I invite you to bring into this space what we brought up earlier when you were shining and you were in your soul light and you were in your joy when someone said that that was not okay. What vibration do you see here? What symbol? What geometrical shape? And with this, just allow yourself to be. Allow yourself, remember to breathe. And notice if there's anything shifting in your body, any tingling, any sensation. And in today's gathering, as you all have read, 9 archangels and masters have come to support this transformation and information. And so one of the masters or one of the archangels will be coming either behind you or next to you to give you a healing and allow you and guide you to release the time when you had turned your light down. And I invite you to breathe and to be open to this opportunity. It might be Archangel Michael. It might be Goddess Kuan Yin. It may be Saint Germain. You resonate with guides and masters, and they come to you because they're aligned with you. And so you start to see the second bubble and just notice what's happening and how that may or may not be affecting the first bubble. And just allow any imagery, allow any experiences to shift and change. And I'll give you a moment to even ask the master or the archangel a question. And then we'll start to wrap up this healing. We are never alone. We are always supported by spirits and guides, masters, angels. When we believe and when we open up to spirit, you start to see them dance and twirl and play. And I invite you to start to thank your master, and I invite them to take a step back from your space. And they're still in this room. And so I invite you to, above your head, 3 feet above your head, start to create a big golden ball of light like the sun. And above your head, I invite you, when you're ready, to crack that golden sun and allow it to fill in your space. This golden sun is life force energy. This golden sun is what nourishes us as a spirit, a soul, and a body. And just allow that sun ray to fill in all of your chakras, all of your organ systems, fill in every single cell in your body, your bone, your veins. And when this warm golden vibration has filled you up all the way into your tippy toes, I invite you to start to wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes, start to rotate your shoulders, and I invite you to start to stretch and come out of that trance space, come out of that meditation. And I also invite you, if you're able, to bend down over your knees and totally come out of the meditation. In our last few minutes together, I really want to thank all of you. I wish we had more time, and I invite you to come by my booth or come talk with me as we transition from one speaker to another. We really are supported every moment of every day. And we journeyed here for a reason, for a purpose. And I'm very thankful that you came today to really embark in this discussion with me and within yourself about where your soul's journey and your soul's purpose is taking you. So you should have received my business card as well as my offerings for today, my first fair with SoulSearch. And I also do coaching, spiritual development coaching, as well as have a monthly group that we jump on Zoom and talk about topics like what we talked about today. And there's also a 6-month intensive if you're wanting to develop more of your intuitive and clairvoyant abilities. So with deep appreciation, thank you so much for sharing this time with me.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and AJ Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are. our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution. And we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through, and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. It was.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker. I'm not some guru. Spirit said to me, you need to teach these people that this is something that they can use in their everyday life. The minute I let my ego go too far and it gets too big and I start taking credit for this work, then spirit takes this away from me. So I have to keep my ego the right size. I call it medium-sized ego.
By coming together, we can create quantum magic that boosts each one of us and actually contributes to the healing of all life on our planet. The purpose of this TV show is to inspire you, inform you, entertain you, and awaken you to the love and power of your true quantum self. You see, you are a vital part of the healing of our planet. Come as you are. Come with your light, your curiosity, and your desire for freedom and awakening. And also come with your deep pains and struggles, because those are welcome here as well. Now, by participating in this show, you can receive quantum energy activations. A quantum activation is a download of light and grace that takes you within yourself and helps trigger spontaneous healings or awakenings. As more and more of us awaken our superpowers and play our part in this cosmic symphony, we co-create a powerful, gorgeous sound that rocks this world and transforms us. This is what will save our planet. I'm delighted to be your guide on this journey of awakening to the amazing truth of who you really are.
Mediumship to me is very personal. It is something that I was born able to do but didn't realize it. So when I had a true root awakening, I was opened up to my abilities.
Entities or spiritual energy, they appear, they present themselves when the person who's seeking them is open to them.
I am feeling, oh my gosh, so much love from a grandmother energy coming in for you.
I get goosebumps when you're saying that.
The Spirit's like, and she wants to know she's okay.
Yes.
Yes, everything happens for you, not to you. Everybody can do this. Everybody can connect to the other side. We can all share moments with our loved ones in spirit. And I'm here to take you on that journey. I am here to show you that yes, you can medium and you can medium well.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our talk. This is our next talk this morning. Hello, live streamers. Thank you for staying with us. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome. Who in here is here for the first time? Amazing. Welcome. We are SoulSearch. My name is Barbara. I help our amazing founder, Tangela, provide a safe and sacred space for you to be on your consciousness journey, wherever that might be, through our Enlightenment Expos, through our online platform, and through SoulSearch TV. We hope you're all tuning in. We are live on our YouTube channel right now. Can everybody say hello to the live streamers?
Hello, thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for being here. We are, as I always say, there's no such thing as time or space. We are all in this space of love together. So welcome, everyone. I am So honored to introduce not only one of my favorite speakers, but one of my favorite soul sisters here, Reverend Annie Batchelder. Do I pronounce that right?
Yep, Batchelder.
Batchelder.
A batch of elders in a church with no T in the back.
I always think of a bachelor, so that's where my mind goes. I don't know. Sorry.
But 1300, that was the way they spelled it.
That's right. That's right. Reverend Annie has over 34 years of experience as a gifted channel, psychic, medium, and spiritual teacher. Her natural psychic abilities have been further enriched through teachings Awakening Your Light Body, Opening to Channel, How to Read the Akashic Records, and Healing Self-Doubt. Despite overcoming personal challenges, including multiple sclerosis, tubal pregnancies, and adoption experiences, Annie channeled a transformative book bringing forth soul consciousness, offering Akashic Records-based guided exercises and energy skills to help us all live a soul-fulfilled life. That sounds amazing. Her daily practice of embodying her soul's light guides her in serving students and clients, providing greater calm, confidence, and clarity through the Akashic Records, and empowering us all to explore our own records with depth and ease. And here to help us do exactly that, let's welcome Reverend Annie.
Thank you, everyone. It's really nice to be here with you, and I'm so honored you showed up for this talk. I'm going to assume, and tell me, raise your hand. Are you interested in your soul and being connected to your soul? And you're also somehow interested in the Akashic Records? Like that's sort of an addendum to, let me know my soul. I want to know my soul, right? Good. Wow. I'm going to dive in mostly with what the Akashic Records are and what they're not, and how they can help you. And my book is designed and wrapped around this work in the Akashic Records, because the Akashic Records are a soul level plane of consciousness that is always available anywhere in its entirety, wherever you are, and even wherever the person I'm reading for is. And that consciousness, that plane of consciousness is so finely vibrating that it records everything that a soul has ever said, thought, or done. And this is not just the book of bad judgment, like, well, in 1392, I was and then they hung me. It's, the things where you got disappointed or you made up your mind about this is the nature of love, so I got to be careful, protect myself. Or, all the experiences you've ever had as a soul throughout time. And so the Akashic Records are really a resource now available to just everybody. You don't have to be a spiritual savant to be able to open your records. You do have to follow a good prayer at the beginning to open them up. And then at the end, you close with a prayer. And that creates a sanctuary, a safe, sacred, energetic space for you to be in while you explore the Akashic Records for yourself. Now, the Akashic Records there are three principles that are the guiding lights of the Akashic Records, and they're resist not, fear not, and judge not. And so when you're in your Akashic Records, there's no judgment. Like, it's astounding to be in a space where there's no judgment. Your mind may want to kick up some dust that looks pretty much like judgment, but that's, sort of like, oh, well, never mind. We don't have to pay attention to that. There's a detachment and an ability in the records to be in a space that's free of that. And it's calming to the mind to be in that space. Also, with my prayer, you embody your soul's light. And that allows you, there's an 8th chakra above our heads, That's the soul chakra. And that soul chakra pours its light into you, creating a column between it and the 8th chakra and the crown chakra, and then filling your whole body. And that connects you with your soul and with the divine. Because the soul literally functions as a connection for you, the human, and the divine. And that's a yummy resource. It's very, very handy. And you can just do that. Embody your soul's light anytime driving down the road. Okay, I'm worried about things. I think I'll embody my soul's light, connect with the divine, and let the divine handle what I'm worried about. That's not a really complicated. You don't need 7 steps, to do that. It's just, it comes in naturally. Okay, I can feel my crown chakra vibrating. You guys are getting that light from your crown, your soul, right? There you go. So, what else about the Akashic Records? In the Akashic Records, it's energy first, information second. And that's because light is energy, and I'm like all about the light. And energy does the transformative work on us. So even if it's not like a glamorous or detailed explanation, the energy works on us to help us as humans evolve, and that helps our souls evolve. And as our souls evolve, then we evolve as humans, and it sort of, we parallel each other. We chase each other up the evolutionary ladder. And it's a very loving, healing, heartfelt connection with the soul. There's a chapter in here, I believe it's chapter 11, it's your spiritual heart, and it's just yummy. It happens to be a little bit esoteric. That particular chapter is pretty esoteric because it talks about how the spiritual heart functions. It's bigger than your physical heart or your heart chakra. And so when you think of opening and embodying or activating your spiritual heart, the energy gets so much easier. I had to road test this one. My dad and his wife were dying in 2000, 2001, and there were 6 of us kids helping to take care of them, and some hired people, and 24/7 around at home, and it was a full schedule. And my dad would get these urinary tract infections, and this really mild-mannered, loving, thoughtful mathematician, logical guy, he started hearing voices. And I'm like, is this new? Oh, what is this? And they weren't very nice. And so we were having dinner once or breakfast or something like that. And I knew that if I asked the wrong question, I was probably going to get kind of bit. It's going to be sharp with me or judgmental or not the dad I was accustomed to. And so my guide said, open your spiritual heart. And I did that. And it was like, I relaxed. Everything in me went, oh, it's going to be all right. And he relaxed. And everything sailed along beautifully. And that was just one of the things that helped me. And I learned that in my Akashic records, from my guides in the Akashic records. Now, what else do you need to know about the Akashic records? The Akashic records hold everything that has happened, has the possibility of happening, and is happening now. So you can do some time travel. In my experience, doing readings about the future in the Akashic records aren't great because you and I are making decisions every day that change our future, that change the probability of what can happen. And, it's like a warp and weft here. And, it's kind of moving, undulating. And we go, I'm going to get coffee. And that wasn't on the plan. And I meet so-and-so. And all of a sudden my life changes in this way. And, like that happens. And so that puts future predictions a little bit in it's the probability of what could happen, not what is cast in stone. Now, the blueprint of the soul is set, but it's more set about your character, your response to life. Am I a wallflower or am I a go-getter? Am I out front or am I watching from the sidelines? Am I in the middle of the pack, like following, where do we go? You know, it's like, it's got that kind of feel to it. What is my sensibility? What are my leanings? And what would be odd behavior for me and my soul's blueprint? And that's really important when you do readings, because there are 3 levels of healing that can take place in the records. And that is at the level of the story, like, I was out with Uncle Bill and we went on a boat and then this happened and that caused me to be upset about this. And that's like the story, right? And that's the details of that story. But that's a kind of like a very human level. There's the causes and conditions. That's the 2nd level. And that's more like, because my soul formatting and my patterning about love from my family members and our point of view or in our religious strain or whatever, I'm most likely going to react this way. And then there's the soul level healing that takes place in the Akashic Records. And that's where there's a shift in the blueprint of the soul. I'm pointing in my head because when I do readings, it's like, oh, there's their blueprint in their soul. And it's sort of like lights that light up in a pattern in their crown chakra. And I'll check it when I first start reading for them, and then I'll check it further down the line in the reading, and they'll be like, oh, that shifted. Okay, that's different. Okay. And, that would be my clue to speak that. And there might be some information from your masters, teachers, and loved ones who are your spiritual team in your Akashic Records. And a little bit about them, they're really handy. They're really helpful. They mostly channel this book. Your masters are pure light beings. They come to your side as soon as the divine makes you into a point of light and consciousness, and from then into a soul. Your masters show up and come to your side, and they're with you throughout every incarnation, every in-between incarnations. They're with you if you're studying with some masters on a different planet. They're with you when you're down here scrubbing the kitchen floor. They're whatever. They're with you. They also happen to think you're the cat's pajamas. Best thing, they love you. They just think you're just wonderful. And they're very supportive. And so rather than come across with like, well, we told you so, or, some kind of judgmental or, not very helpful remark, they'll come through and go, well, it makes sense that you would do that or feel that, or of course. And so the conversation never hits a wall, like where there's some shutdown point. It's always like, they're always accepting whatever you want to be, however you want to get there, that's fine. Oh, you'd like to take this detour into the dark side, Annie. Okay, well, we're going to follow you into the dark side because it seems to be important to you in your soul path. And we'll be with you and help you through that. And so the masters are just lovely. I don't necessarily like that term, the masters, because in my world, there's masters and then there's slaves, right? So I just want to be equals. But my masters never treat me as less than. So it's a unified force for good. And then teachers in your Akashic Records are beings of light that specialize in a particular topic. Maybe I need a teacher for about love or money or time or guilt or, you name the topic, doubt, whatever it is. I'll have a teacher for that. And so I can, as I study those topics, this teacher will work with me. And it's a very subtle relationship, it just sort of like, it might be that a class in how to heal self-doubt comes along, and I could take that, and that works for me, and that happens to move me further down the chessboard or something like that. Loved ones. So there's masters, teachers, and loved ones in your Akashic records. Loved ones are people you've known in this lifetime, but who are now dead. They really loved you, and they want to just sort of keep an eye on your progress. So they sometimes are available in your Akashic records. If there's a big thing to be settled, I've done readings for a lot of people who have, an issue with their dad or something. And this one gentleman came to me, and he was just very tidy. He was freshly showered. His clothing was crisp and thoughtful and just right. And he was very concerned about all the little details, and he was a mortgage broker, and which is a good thing. You need a mortgage broker who's going to find all the T's and dot the I's and chase the details down. He was also homosexual, and his father just didn't get along with him at all. They had a horrible relationship. And his father was now dead, and he came through and he said, "Son, I didn't know how to love you. I didn't know how I could produce love or express love that was in an acceptable way to you or to me." And he just couldn't bridge that gap between heterosexual and non-heterosexual. And that was the thing that guy needed to hear. And it really set him free. That has not been an issue for him anymore. Or they'll show up and it's like, "Did your dad drive an really older, the 40s model green Chevy pickup truck and wear big plaid shirts?" Yeah, he's in his truck, got an arm out the window. He's talking to you, and they'll make themselves known. Now, sometimes the loved ones have nothing to say, but they're just providing loving support from the sidelines. But this is the environment you get to work in when you're working in the Akashic records. And my book, Bringing Forth Soul Consciousness, brings that through so that you and your soul can evolve and enjoy life more and feel like you're more on track. When I started channeling, it was 1988, and I was a follower of Sanaya Roman and Dwayne Packer, Luminescence, if anybody knew of them. They wrote the book Opening to Channel way back when. They taught big groups of people how to channel before everybody, in the old days when everybody thought, well, you just had to be born with the gift, right? You couldn't be taught it. You just had to be born with it. And so they were teaching people how. And they wrote a book. And I had to learn how to channel because I wanted to be in one of their classes called Awakening Your Light Body. And they'd sent me a letter, and I said this letter, and I'm just vibrating. I've got to take this class. I got to take this class. It's $500 for the class. And this is about 1988, yeah. And I'm already made up my mind. I don't care if I have to rack my credit cards. I'm going. It's that's it. But the prerequisite was that you had to be able to channel. And I was okay, get the book. I get the book. I bought a Sony, boombox tape recorder because when I had readings with Sanaya, she always recorded them. And I thought that was really good because the intensity of the energy of the experience was so good and so yummy. I just wanted to feel it over and over and over again. And that set the bar for what a good reading is. Forever. I've been trying to reach that. I don't know. Hopefully I can do that for people in my own way. Anyway, so I followed the book. I sat down in my living room. I started the tape because, who knows, maybe I start channeling and it brings through the greatest news that humanity's ever heard, but just in case. And I did not happen. I did not have that big an experience, but I just sat in the quiet and I opened my back of my head and neck and brought my guide in, and I felt the difference between my energy and my guide's energy. It was very clear, but it's very loving and very safe. It wasn't threatening or icky in any way. It didn't feel invasive. It felt respectful, and like we were just sort of kind of finding out, well, what's it feel like over here, and who's over there, and what happens if you look at things this way or that way. And I asked this guide. I had asked, as the instructions in the book say, ask for a high guide whose higher purpose blends with your own. Now, I had no idea that I had a higher purpose at this age. I mean, I'm like barely 30. No, I'm not even 30. Anyway, it's young. So I had no idea that I had soul purpose or a higher purpose. And, but I'm asking the questions. And so I said, can I have a name? And it came through like 12 or 13 syllables of Hindi, and I am not a Hindi speaker. And I was like, I could follow the sounds, but I couldn't recreate them, and I couldn't remember them. So I said, well, next time I'll ask for a shorter name, because I really want to remember. And so I didn't get any words so much this time, but the second time, when I asked for a shorter name, and I could feel the guide's energy come in, getting really warm in the back of my neck and head. Like my guide, Anubis, is here, and it came through as Anubis, and I had no idea, like that there was an Anubis god of the afterworld in Egyptian mythology. I was just like putting together syllables. But Anubis has been very, very loving and very kind all along the way, and he stayed by my side and took care of me and helped me get through being disabled for about 10 years with multiple sclerosis, and that was pretty rugged. And be taught to walk again. This arm was useless for a couple of months, and slurring, some vision problems, balance, walking like weaving down the sidewalk. I'm like, no, I'm not drunk yet. And also going through getting clean and sober, and I've been sober for almost, it'll be 24 years in November. So it's stuck. But it feels good, and I love the way of going about life from a spiritual perspective, and that includes everything that I do as a channel and as a Akashic Records practitioner and like that. So I went to this writing class in April of 2019, and it's the first day we sit down to write. I start typing, we're doing it online, and I start typing, and my guides, the Akashic Beings of Light, come through and they start channeling the introduction to this book. And I'm like, book? Nobody said we're writing a book. I've never had I never got a memo. Nobody ever gave me a heads up. And they're like, that's fine, just keep typing. And, I'm just like, okay, I'm going to just keep following this thread. Channeling and following energy work, it's like, what's the energy doing and where does it go? And I'm just trying to track it, and let me just stay with it and see where it goes, and does it change, and how does it feel in my body, and does it bring up any kind of words or pictures? And then, I'm trying to put that through the laptop and get that on paper. And so I ended up with like 52 chapters, which my friends who helped me edit helped me get rid of 12. So there's only 40 chapters. It's this huge teaching manual, and it teaches you how to read your Akashic Records in chapter 2. And from then on, you open your records before every chapter, and you take in the information that's channeled there. Anubis channeled some of this. The Akashic Beings of Light channeled most of the chapters. And the Akashic Beings of Light call the divine, and she's feminine, the great creatress. And so she channeled some of the chapters as well. And so it has that kind of feminine, healing, nurturing sense. And people have said, like, there's a lot of meditative quality to these topics. And what I understand, it's because every time I sat down to write, I was in various conditions. Like, this is my only little place where I got an hour or two I can write, and I'm all rattled because I'm taking care of my elderly parents. I don't know, I'm running my own business, and I gotta make dinner tonight, and but it, you know, like that. And they're like, they come in and they're like, of course you're feeling rushed and busy and distracted and off center and slightly irritated, and then they have to kind of talk me off the ledge. So you get the benefit of all of this, because this is how they got me into shape to actually write on the topic. Because they would open with these incredible topics like how the soul is constructed. I'm like, I don't know anything about this. Maybe you want to get the gal next door or somebody who's more informed. No, we want you just to keep writing. It's all right. Just listen to the words. So I just listened to the words and got them on paper, and I was like, this is amazing. So, and you know, sometimes it was way out of my ballpark, but it really made me stretch. And that following the energy, it was like, really? That's how it works? You mean, give me that a little clearer. You know, like we would just work with it, and they would just keep working with. My poor little mind has to hold some of these concepts, and this is very energetic book, and it's very energetic material. But they try to be able to get things into your mind without losing that other part of you that learns at a whole other level, like at soul level. So my book is $24. I have a bunch of them at my table out there. I have a booth out there. I'm doing readings today. You can get a psychic reading, or you can get an Akashic Records reading. You can buy my book. My readings are, for psychic readings, it's like $60. For an Akashic Records reading, it's $75, which is an enormous reduction from my normal rate of $204. So get me while I'm hot and present. Let's see. Oh, you must have questions. Okay. No? Okay. Have you ever, who's had an Akashic Records reading? All right. Did I read for you years ago? At the Crystal Fair?
Yes, actually.
I remember that. The redhead. Crazy redhead. No, you weren't, but you were seeing somebody else, or kind of. Anyway, never mind. In your private business. But anyway, so he's had a reading, and so you guys are just really curious. What makes you curious about the Akashic Records? Like, it's around. Like, what is this stuff, right? Yes.
So you have Akashic Record, and so can you find out what kinds of things you did before, or what kinds of karmic things you need to clear up?
I could have planted you. This is exactly what I needed here. Yes. The Akashic Records, since they hold everything the soul has ever said, thought, or done in any lifetime, at any place and location in energetic world, including Earth or off planet, is an excellent source for if you like to go into what happened in a past. Did I have any past life experiences where I got killed, or I killed somebody else, or I really was at loggerheads with my father, mother, brother, boss, something like that. If this whole issue feels like it's really, really old, then you can open your records, and there are lots of processes. There are 13 processes in here that you can follow. They're energetic processes, and several of them are past lives, working with your future self. That's a fun one. And ancestral influences. Oh my God. My mom's side of the family is like, they appear to me like a whole line of people in kind of dusty, faded black gowns and suits, and they're ministers, and very, they're they're Methodist mostly on that side of the family, and very spare, very they're not flash, none of this. No, thank you. I happen to like it a lot, but so I feel like they're part of my team as well, and sometimes they're pushing me in certain ways or holding me back. And I see this a lot in readings, like, oh, your ancestors. First off, they showed me the ancestors will put you forth at a time when they know there's going to be a big breakthrough in the family traditions, and like the family rule book gets like, wait a minute, we're going to rewrite this. We're getting rid of the old rules, and they want you to go out and blaze the trail for them. Like, okay, I'm the front runner. I got to chop down the grass. I got to mow through it. I got to take the hard knocks, and I can show them the way afterwards. And oftentimes the ancestors will go, well, we know we put you up to this, but we're a little worried, and we'd like you to slow down because it's really dangerous, and I think you're going to get killed. And remember in 17 where they hung you? It's like they'll bring up that kind of stuff, and that's like can be the source of what's kind of hemming you in or holding you back or not letting you really like take off. And there usually gives some way of being loving about this, because they always do things in a loving manner, and say, just lovingly expand to include. There are some people in the ancestral line who are afraid, and that's fine. Fear is fine. You don't have to be ruled by it. It just needs to be acknowledged. And it's very calm. It's very loving. It's not like you got to resist them, you got to fight back, you got to get armed with your arguments, and it's not like that. It's just like, oh, well, of course, when they were alive, this is how you stayed alive, was not to step out or be the different one or be loud about what happens on the fringes, and stay in the middle of the pack, don't act out, right? So you might be the person who's like, oh, whoa, what edges? I don't believe in fences. I'm going to hop this one, and just keep going forward. And ancestors are very influential in our lives, and sometimes it's in a good way, sometimes it's in a bad way. That can be dealt with, and there are opportunities to work with that in this book. And working with your future self is really fun. You can actually receive light and energy from your future self. Like, what's it like 2 years down the road when I've completely gotten over whatever I think is the big deal right now, my obstacle or my hurdle, what's it like further down the road when this is, been handled? Like, it's like, oh, it all worked out, and just receiving the energy of that calm, and you succeeded at what you're up to, and you didn't die, and it wasn't this enormous problem, and you didn't have a festering wound forever afterwards or anything like that. It's just like, oh, okay, it kind of makes being able to see a little further down the road, like for me, I always feel like I'm barely shown what's the next step, like where's the next footfall, and I'm walking in a dark night, and what lights up is like the white stone that edges the path on this side, and it might have a word next to it like peace, and then I had this one, and that says wisdom, and this step says, relax, of course I'm wearing practical shoes. So those are the things you can do. You can work with your ancestors, you can work with past lives, you can work with future lives in the Akashic records. When people say you can go in, I'll just take that out of your records for you. And it's like, no, sorry. We humans do not have control of a vibrational level plane of consciousness. No, that would be a mistake, don't you think? I mean, I lost an earring. So what am I doing in the records? And I'm like, you have to be really a high level being to maintain the pristine purity of the records. And we just get to access them for information so that we can be more loving with ourselves and with others. You know, one of my teachers said, you know, it's really just about how can I unconditionally love myself and others even more. And every problem I'm having is usually something about loving myself unconditionally or loving someone else unconditionally. You know, like that. I don't know what time it is. They want me to finish on a time schedule. Oh, yeah.
You have 12 more minutes.
Yes, thank you, timekeeper. So have any questions come to mind in this? Like, yes.
Dreams.
You know, people keep asking me that, and I don't know anything about dreams. I dream, but I don't record them. And, you know, once in a while I've had some big dreams, but it's been a while. And I'm not a specialist in that. And I don't know if the dreams take us to the Akashic records or not, or it's a plane of consciousness for sure, where stuff can happen. And I mean, my sweetheart reports his dreams every day. It's like, okay, what'd you dream about last night? He's got the whole story, and then I went there and I forgot and then I had to find them, and you know, it's a whole line. And I'm like, I don't remember. I'm sorry, I was busy sleeping. So I'm not an expert in that, but if you learn how to open your records and you say, what is the nature of dreams and how is that helpful for the soul, or however you want to frame the consciousness, the question, let me know what you get, because it keeps coming up. So I'm going to need to, you're the third person, so that's sort of like, Annie, maybe you have to go into your records and ask the guides, what is the deal with dreams and the Akashic records? Is there a connection? So, yeah, we'll report back to each other. Great questions. So, if you had the opportunity to go in your Akashic records and say, how the heck was that asshole good for me? Pardon my language, we're not on recording. Lots of class, all of it low. You know, you could find out the answer to that. You know, how was that person good for me? And I've seen it time and again where people who were molested, both male and female, it was a learning how to deal with power and what not to do. Because they had past lives where they mishandled their power, and they needed to have lives where they learned what it's like to be on the other end of that stick, and how to handle power in an enlightened and compassionate way. And that's not a flat answer for everybody. That was just what I've seen a lot in the records and in readings with people. You know, but like, what about the guy from New York who was our sales manager, and he used to have us come in the office and he'd say, all right, you sluts, let's have a sales meeting. I'm like, I'm 23, and I'm like, I don't think you're supposed to talk that way to us. And, you know, he had a perspective that was a very different from mine. I was raised in Marin County, so I was kind of, you know, on the edge of hippy dippy and free love and all that. And so I'm sort of set in that camp. You know? That's my orientation. How many of you are interested in buying this book? Well, thank you. Great. Come to my table in my booth out there. I would love to have you have a book. And you know what? I sign them, and I often put a little message in there just I channel it, like what you want this book to say. And then I put this sticker on there that says autographed copy, and that makes it more valuable. But the price is the same. Who wants to learn to open their records? Good. You know what?
How do you open your records?
Well, I teach you in this book, I use a prayer. And I think that's the best way to start any spiritual healing introspection for myself or with other people. And I think that just really sets the tone of what you're up to. And the prayer's lovely. And it evokes the Akashic beings of light who oversee our work in the Akashic records. It evokes the great creatress. And so we've got, in my world, that's the big kahuna. That's the divine herself. And it evokes your masters, teachers, and loved ones, your personal masters, teachers, and loved ones, because they're going to be different than somebody else's. And so then you learn how to ask questions, and questions that start with what, how, and why elicit the most information from the records. Unless you want to ask, should I do this? Yes or no? That's a short visit. You know, I think you want more information. And so that's why I recommend you ask questions that are what, why, and how. And then if you get information from your masters, teachers, and loved ones, or from the Akashic beings of light, or you just it comes through. And I recommend that you write your experiences about your experiences in there. And in my world, and I've been channeling since 1988. I've been doing this a long time, and I've been taught a lot of energy tools about following and being sensitive and registering the energy. So you want to note how it feels in your body. Like when I first started channeling, I get this little twinge or something in my neck with certain people, and I thought, oh, my neck is doing a twinge. And they taught me, like, no, that means ask them about their neck. You know, because, oh, okay, is there something going on with your neck? Or the energy is moving some way in their neck while their records are open. You want to track your body activity, any sensations you have physically. You want to see if you get a little flash, like, what was that? Like, you want to really unpack that flash, because that flash could be like this little snapshot of that hut you lived in way back when in another life that looked like this, and all you had in the cupboard was like one crust of bread, and you're dressed in a certain way, and that kind of tells you what time of the life, this past life that you're seeing is in. You're laughing. You get that information too? Did that come through for you? Yeah. And I think it's great that you're laughing. It makes me laugh too. And, you know, register if there's a feeling of like heat, or if there is a set of a word or a set of words, like a phrase that seems to be important, that the Akashic beings of light or your masters, teachers, and loved ones are really pressing upon you. That's an indicative of what you're getting as the information. And, you know, you get to be a beginner. You know, I'm not going to learn to be a tennis pro. I see you there. Do I need to stop, Barbara? Be a beginner. You know, I'm not going to be a tennis pro at this age right off the bat. Thank you very much. But I can learn things new. And my guides have taught me, look, sometimes you just have to grow some new neural pathways to learn new things. Like, I am not the best at technology, but my life has taken me into technology. Like, how the heck do you publish a book? You'd think it was simple the way they talk about it. It's not. The book cover is a 1/16 of an inch too big. You know, all right. So there's a lot to do with that. Anyway, and then at the end of the session with your records, you close the records with a prayer, mostly of gratitude, of thanks to the beings that helped you. And that's, like I said, sets this container that's really loving and sacred and safe to explore because, we're humans exploring a very fine layer of soul level consciousness. How does this work? You can ask your guides, what's the best way to create a relationship with you that will help me learn how to work in my Akashic records most beneficially for myself or for others? You can ask. Questions are can openers in the Akashic records. You'd be surprised, really surprised. So, do I need to wrap it up, Barbara?
You have about 2 minutes.
Questions?
And you can all go to, of course, go to Anza's booth because she's got the perfect booth out there for all of you, where she will answer every question under the sun.
We'll clog up the hall, walkways. Anything that scares the hoo-ha out of you, being said, you're like, no, what happened? And what if I do this? Anybody scared? Great. Yes.
Can I give you some closing questions? First of all, you played wonderfully. I think last year, the year before, you talked about your self-healing, which was extremely powerful. I was at the beginning of my journey for Akashic Records healing. It's very powerful. Everything is so resonates so much with what I see as well. In my case, I'm very clairvoyant, so I see things, so it helps a lot. But basically, what I see is that the readings give you what you need more than what you want. So some people say, hey, am I gonna date this person, right? And you're gonna get sometimes, a long answer.
Twice. Then that's it, right?
Right, it's not a yes or no, but the answers really come for your healing and your spiritual growth. This is really what it is. It's very powerful.
Right. Like the records might answer back, like if you're trying to plug up holes in you think that are weaknesses in you and find somebody else to help you do that, you might want to think again about dating and reorganize. How do I come to a partnership as an equal with another equal and have an enjoyable connection that's diverse and healthy and creative and promotes our life purposes? Like, not that he's gonna finally pay off my credit card so I'm not in debt anymore, or a nurse with a purse.
Right, and then the last thing I wanted to say is that, when I read my own Akashic records, and again, the visions really help a lot, but, I always get unexpected things. And that's actually, I think, it confirms the fact that I'm not making this up, because the biggest problem is that you don't know, what's coming and what you're making up.
Yeah. And you sometimes have to just go with what seems like you're making it up, but if I keep on this line, there seems to be more information that just keeps coming, and I got to keep talking, keep telling the story of it, and it keeps coming, it gets more and more and more elaborate, and it's like, and the person you're reading for is going, this is so right on, and it's like, really? I was worried it was my imagination.
No, sometimes actually there are things that unfold during the reading, and basically, the first question I had this vision, and I just can't explain. Then as it unfolds, it makes sense, and then it reconnects with some other questions down the reading. So it's. I'm telling you all this because people may not really understand what's going on, but during the reading, all these dynamics which are wonderful. So thank you so much.
Really good information. What he's saying. Really.
I just want to support, your work and what you said. Basically, different.
Thank you.
Point of views.
All right. So buy my book, get a reading today, or go online and schedule yourself at anniechannels.com. I do Zoom readings all the time. I don't do much in person anymore because I like to record them for you. You remember the tape recorder? I did the tapes for years until the young gal goes, what's this? I'm like, I got to catch up on technology. Thank you, folks online, for watching. I have oh, you're the best. That's one. Absolutely, I would love to refer you. And good. Look at your team here.
You're welcome. Thank you.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and AJ Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the Guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through, and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. And it was.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker. I'm not some guru. Spirit said to me, you need to teach these people that this is something that they can use in their everyday life. The minute I let my ego go too far and it gets too big and I start taking credit for this work, then spirit takes this away from me. I have to keep my ego the right size. I call it medium-sized ego.
By coming together, we can create quantum magic that boosts each one of us and actually contributes to the healing of all life on our planet. The purpose of this TV show is to inspire you, inform you, entertain you, and awaken you to the love and power of your true quantum self. You see, you are a vital part of the healing of our planet. Come as you are. Come with your light, your curiosity, and your desire for freedom and awakening. And also come with your deep pains and struggles, because those are welcome here as well. Now, by participating in this show, you can receive quantum energy activations. A quantum activation is a download of light and grace that takes you within yourself and helps trigger spontaneous healings or awakenings. As more and more of us awaken our superpowers and play our part in this cosmic symphony, we co-create a powerful, gorgeous sound that rocks this world and transforms us. This is what will save our planet. I'm delighted to be your guide on this journey of awakening to the amazing truth of who you really are.
Mediumship to me is very personal. It is something that I was born able to do but didn't realize it. So when I had a true root awakening, I was opened up to my abilities.
Entities or spiritual energy, they appear, they present themselves when the person who's seeking them is open to them.
I am feeling, oh my gosh, so much love from a grandmother energy coming in for you.
Yeah, I get goosebumps when you're saying that.
The Spirit's like, and she wants to know she's okay.
Yes.
Yes, everything happens for you, not to you.
Everybody can do this. Everybody can connect to the other side. We can all share moments with our loved ones in spirit. And I'm here to take you on that journey. I am here to show you that yes, you can medium and you can medium well.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and AJ Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared, I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through, and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. It was.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker. I'm not some guru. Spirit said to me, you need to teach these people that this is something that they can use in their everyday life. The minute I let my ego go too far and it gets too big and I start taking credit for this work, then spirit takes this away from me. So I have to keep my ego the right size. I call it medium-sized ego.
By coming together, we can create quantum magic that boosts each one of us and actually contributes to the healing of all life on our planet. The purpose of this TV show is to inspire you, inform you, entertain you, and awaken you to the love and power of your true quantum self. You see, you are a vital part of the healing of our planet. Come as you are. Come with your light, your curiosity, and your desire for freedom and awakening. And also come with your deep pains and struggles, because those are welcome here as well. Now, by participating in this show, you can receive quantum energy activations. A quantum activation is a download of light and grace that takes you within yourself and helps trigger spontaneous healings or awakenings. As more and more of us awaken our superpowers and play our part in this cosmic symphony, we co-create a powerful, gorgeous sound that rocks this world and transforms us. This is what will save our planet. I'm delighted to be your guide on this journey of awakening to the amazing truth of who you really are.
Mediumship to me is very personal. It is something that I was born able to do but didn't realize it. So when I had a true root awakening, I was opened up to my abilities.
Entities or spiritual energy, they appear, they present themselves when the person who's seeking them is open to them.
I am feeling, oh my gosh, so much love from a grandmother energy coming in for you.
Yeah, I get goosebumps when you're saying that.
The Spirit's like, and she wants to know she's okay.
Yes.
Yes, everything happens for you, not to you.
Everybody can do this. Everybody can connect to the other side. We can all share moments with our loved ones in spirit. And I'm here to take you on that journey. I am here to show you that yes, you can medium and you can medium well.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and AJ Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and AJ Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through, and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. And it was.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker. I'm not some guru. Spirit said to me, you need to teach these people that this is something that they can use in their everyday life. The minute I let my ego go too far and it gets too big and I start taking credit for this work, then spirit takes this away from me. I have to keep my ego the right size. I call it medium-sized ego.
By coming together, we can create quantum magic that boosts each one of us and actually contributes to the healing of all life on our planet. The purpose of this TV show is to inspire you, inform you, entertain you, and awaken you to the love and power of your true quantum self. You see, you are a vital part of the healing of our planet. Come as you are. Come with your light, your curiosity, and your desire for freedom and awakening. And also come with your deep pains and struggles, because those are welcome here as well. Now, by participating in this show, you can receive quantum energy activations. A quantum activation is a download of light and grace that takes you within yourself and helps trigger spontaneous healings or awakenings. As more and more of us awaken our superpowers and play our part in this cosmic symphony, we co-create a powerful, gorgeous sound that rocks this world and transforms us. This is what will save our planet. I'm delighted to be your guide on this journey of awakening to the amazing truth of who you really are.
Mediumship to me is very personal. It is something that I was born able to do but didn't realize it. So when I had a true root awakening,
types of energies that come down. And this is Barbara who's going to.
Hi everyone. I am, as soon as we are waiting for us. Oh, we're live. Hello everyone. Hello everyone here. Hello live streamers. Can everyone here give a hello to our live streamers?
Hello.
Hello, that was great. That was amazing. We know there's no such thing as time or space, so we are all in this room together. I'm really grateful you're all here. My name is Barbara. I work with our founder, Tangela, to put on these Enlightenment Expos for you and for you all live streaming to, again, I always say it, be that safe and sacred space for you all on your journey. And that includes welcoming in the most amazing speakers ever. How many of you have heard Mark speak before? Anyone here? Amazing. Well, you are in for an absolute treat. Mark Spilker is the coordinator and editor for Planetary Makeover Show videos that teach and illustrate spiritual advancement and the ageless wisdom teachings. Mark is also a volunteer for Share International, which is an international network of volunteers working together to make known the presence of the world teacher and his group, the Masters of Wisdom, and how this momentous event is affecting all aspects of life on our planet today. A key element of the group's work also consists of transmission meditation, a service activity that is done to benefit humanity and the planet as a whole. Transmission is simple, but a powerful group meditation open to everyone. No prior meditation experience is needed. So today with Mark, we're going to discuss the changes happening on Earth today from a higher perspective. And without further ado, let's welcome in the beautiful energy. I don't know if you can all feel it already, the beautiful energy that is Mark.
So, thank you, Barbara, as always. So the title of this presentation is A Hopeful Message from Maitreya the Christ. And I'll repeat myself a little bit to explain that what I'm talking about is based on the work of Benjamin Crumb, a Scottish artist and esotericist who lived in London for a long time and was first contacted by a Master of Wisdom in 1959. And he was, for the rest of his life actually, in moment-to-moment contact with that master. In addition, later, he was overshadowed by Maitreya, the Christ, and the world teacher. So his mission was to let the world know about Maitreya, and he did that throughout the United States and especially in Japan, but it's actually a worldwide mission, and there are volunteers all over the world involved in this special transmission meditation. And we're going to give you a demo at the end, so I hope that you all stay, because that's really special. This is one of the most powerful and effective meditations that are known. Hi, Barbara. Oh, I'm missing a microphone. Okay, it sounded loud to me.
It always does.
Okay. So can everybody in the room hear me?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Is that better, Barbara?
Is that better?
Yeah.
I'm moving this out of the way of the...
Okay. So let me explain. We present this information for your consideration only. If it resonates with you even a little, that's great. We're not asking that you accept it. In fact, in esoteric studies, students are expected to verify everything for themselves. That's part of the process, actually. So I also want to explain that Maitreya comes for everyone. And I say that because I'm going to read a lot of this in a number of passages where Maitreya talks about men and brotherhood and so forth. We'll just substitute men and women and brotherhood and sisterhood, okay? We're one humanity. There are women masters, there are men masters. There will be another time where there may be more women masters because humanity needs that energy, actually. They're kind of beyond that dualism of are you a man or are you a woman? So Maitreya comes also for people of every religion, any religion, and people of no religion. He comes for all of humanity, for everyone. And all of this has the purpose of uplifting the world in terms of people's spiritual development. So if I can introduce now Maitreya, and I'm really reading now, or I will be reading from Maitreya's book, his first book, The Reappearance of the Christ and the Masters of Wisdom. So bear with me, I will be reading throughout. We're also going to have a rather long recording of Maitreya actually speaking telepathically through Benjamin Crumb. So this is not in trance, it's a telepathic, direct communication from Maitreya the Christ and the world teacher. Maitreya is Christ's personal name, and he will remain with humanity for 2,500 years. As Benjamin Crumb explained then in this introduction, and I'm reading now, the Christ, the world teacher, is now in the world to inaugurate the new age of synthesis. We are moving into a period of climax, leading to events which will fundamentally alter life as we know it. Tremendous changes are taking place in all departments of life, preparatory to the establishment of entirely new modes of social living and relationship, based on sharing and cooperation. There is a growing awareness that a new spiritual age is dawning under the guidance of a spiritual hierarchy of masters of wisdom. They are men who have gone ahead of us in evolution, who have perfected themselves, whose energies and ideas have been stimulating factors behind our evolution. and who are beginning to emerge from their ancient retreats to guide us into the Aquarian age. So their retreats were often in the high desert, in the deserts, I should say, and then the high mountains of the world. They do not come alone. They are returning to outer work in the world with their head and leader, the world teacher, the one we in the West call the Christ. On July 19th, 1977, this great one, Maitreya the Christ, the Lord of Love himself, the embodied love, entered his point of focus, as it is called. And this means Maitreya arrived literally in London by airplane from Pakistan on his way from the Himalayas. He will show humanity the steps which it should take to regenerate itself and to generate a civilization based on sharing, cooperation, and goodwill, leading inevitably to world brotherhood. He is divine, having perfected himself and manifested the divinity potential in each of us. He is a man too, and comes as a brother, teacher, and friend to inspire humanity to create for itself a better and happier world. To those who can respond, he will show the way into that state of being in which reality, or God, is an ever-present experience, and in which joy and love are the expression. All in all, 140 messages from Maitreya were given from 1977 to 1982 through telepathic overshadowing of Benjamin Crown in public meetings, done in public in London. So we are here to present a message of hope. There is a plan unfolding, and our help is needed. We have every reason to expect a successful outcome to these challenging times, even though we may see increased divisiveness and chaos around the world. We do not stand alone. There is help of an extraordinary kind. In fact, Maitreya and the Masters are here in the everyday world. So who is Maitreya? Who are the Masters of Wisdom? Why are they here? Maitreya and the Masters of Wisdom are people like ourselves. They went through the human evolution, but they are further along the path of evolution of consciousness. These elder brothers and sisters have trod the path to spiritual liberation and are committed to helping humanity evolve. They are teachers and guides who have been helping humanity from behind the scenes for millennia, while living in the high mountains and deserts of the world. In 1977, in response to humanity's cry for help, Maitreya left the Himalayas and took up residence in London. Maitreya and some of the Masters of Wisdom are now living in the everyday world. Although the wider public is not yet aware of their presence, there are many signs of this emergence. These signs and details of Maitreya's emergence have been well documented in Share International magazine, founded by Benjamin Crown in 1982. So that's over 40 years of documentation. The Masters are masters of themselves, and Maitreya is one of the first to fully evolve on Earth. He is the elder brother of all the Masters. He is the source and director of all the energies flowing to humanity. He embodies love for the whole planet and distributes the energy of the true spirit of the Christ. Speak up. Speak up. Speak up. Okay. Where was I? The true spirit of the Christ. Thank you. He is also the custodian of the plan for humanity. And yes, there is a plan for humanity. Maitreya embodies love, and he directs the energy of love wherever it is needed. And that love, the energies that flow through him, expand people's consciousness. This love can be communicated person to person. It comes through the heart. And this love energy literally holds the world together. It is an energy of consciousness. All of the Masters work with spiritual energies and distribute them under Maitreya's guidance. The energies come in varying blends from the sun, from cosmic sources, from the planets in our solar system, and from certain constellations. When we absorb these spiritual energies, they expand our consciousness. And ultimately, this expansion of consciousness will lead to the spiritual liberation of humanity. Love will bring people together in unity, and we will come to recognize all of humanity is our family. Love indeed makes the world go round. You may wonder whether the masters will solve the problems of the world. Let me read a short quote that makes clear that improving the world is up to us. The Christ has not come to change the world. He has come to show us how to change the world. He is here to galvanize us, to inspire us, to guide us, to evoke from us what is already within, but he is not going to do the work. We have got to do it ourselves. So it is up to us. Since it is up to us, it's only natural to ask, how can we help? Are we ready to do the work? Are we willing to help change the world? Now we're going to play a short recording by Benjamin Creme. It introduces Benjamin Creme's audio recording of message number 100 of the 140. And after this introduction, we will play Maitreya speaking through Creme while Creme is fully conscious. Notice the difference in the sound of the voice in the first recording versus the second. In the second recording, Maitreya is enhancing and energizing Creme's natural voice. So, Rich, are you ready?
On July 19th, 1977, the world teacher, the Christ Maitreya, head of the spiritual hierarchy, emerged from his ancient retreat and is now in the modern world. With his disciples, the masters of the wisdom, he will inaugurate the new age of synthesis and brotherhood. The following messages were given by him to public audiences at Friend's House, Euston Road, London, during lectures by Benjamin Creme. The method used is mental overshadowing and the telepathic rapport which is thus set up. The following messages were given by him to public audiences at Friend's House, Euston Road, London, during lectures by Benjamin Creme. The method used is mental overshadowing and the telepathic rapport which is thus set up. This is in line with the concern of the Christ to make known at the earliest possible moment his presence in the world.
Message number 100, March the 19th, 1980.
My dear friends, I'm happy to be with you. This centenary, as you might call it, my friends, I am near you indeed. I see around you your aspiration and love, your hope and desire for a better world. Believe me, my friends, all these will be fulfilled. That new world is now in the making, is formed in thought and desire and glory descends. Therefore, my brothers, no fear. I am among you in many ways. I present myself to the world many facets. I galvanize all forms to change. I stimulate all souls to grow. I am with you and in you. I am the heart of your life. I seek to place before you the law which are God. I aim to evoke from you the love of your heart. I am the Prince of Peace. I am the sword bearer. I am in your hearts as now. I am your friend and guide. I am the Lord. I know God's purpose. I teach His plan. I long to serve. I greet the new day. I bring joy. I awaken the new spirit in man. I come prepared for my task. I call you as Hilton. I take you by the hand to the source. I shall live among you. My teaching goes forth. The new day beckons. The real takes root. of God has come. My way beckons all men. My travel will not be in vain. My justice shall be done. My army shall triumph. By pure love, man will achieve. By great deeds, man will conquer. By mighty steps, man will advance into the future. By my help, all shall be achieved. My name is oneness. My love abideth. My law creates. My teaching shall turn all men to God. My masters stand ready. The day is at hand. Prophecies of old are being fulfilled. The dark trembles. The law shall be upheld. The name of God is love. I am his messenger. May the divine light and love and power, one most holy God, be now manifest in your hearts and minds. May this manifestation lead you quickly to see yourselves as units of God.
Okay, so that is often played, or I should say the messages are often played before we start a transmission meditation, or sometimes they're read by somebody doing the meditation. The messages can also be used for reflection and contemplation. and you have a copy of the text. Everyone should have one. Some people like to reflect on a message, one message each day. To give you an example, I will I'll pick out some stanzas and comment on what it means to me. Maybe different for different people who have different backgrounds or have done different inner work or whatever. In my experience, reading the messages, although they're very simple, but they do convey multiple levels of meaning, I think, and they are not easily misinterpreted by anybody. So, with reference to the messages that you probably have, if we take the first stanza, and this will help explain our relationship, the way I go through it and explain, to Maitreya, his relationship to us, and our relation as spark of the divine, if you will. So, starting with the first stanza. My dear friends, I'll read it. I am happy to be with you at this centenary, as you might call it. So we're not just friends of Maitreya, we are literally dear friends. So that's so we're dear to him. I'd also like to just point out the last two lines. May this manifestation lead you quickly to see yourselves as units of God. So we are units of God, and so we're a part of God. We have divine potential. So we're dear friends of Maitreya. We have divine potential. Going on in the second stanza, my friends, I am near you indeed. I see around you your aspiration and love, your hope and desire for a better world. Believe me, my friends, all these will be fulfilled. So to me, this means trust me, I'm your friend. What will be fulfilled? Well, our aspirations and love, our hope and desire, this is actually a promise from the Christ. Remember, this is the Christ, Maitreya, the world teacher for this time. The new world is now in the making, is formed in thought and desire and slowly descends. So the new world is not here yet, it's in process, not done yet. The new world is slowly manifesting. Again, a promise of Maitreya. Therefore, my brothers, know no fear. So we're not just dear friends, we're brothers of Maitreya. He considers us brothers, and we can consider him an elder brother. Going down to the fourth stanza, I am with you and in you. So Maitreya is close to us. He's very close. His energy of love, the true energy of the Christ, is literally within us. I am the heart of your life. Maitreya embodies love, which is associated with the heart. We can say he resides within our hearts. The sixth stanza, I am in your hearts as love. I am your friend and guide. So where is Maitreya? He's in our hearts. I am your friend and guide. He's not just a friend and brother, he actually is a guide for us. And then the last stanza, I call you as helpers. I take you by the hand to the source. He's calling for our help. He's not just guiding us, but he will take us by the hand to the source. Going on to the second page, I shall live among you. Well, as we learned, he is living among us. He's in London. He came from the Himalayas, and now he's in London. My teaching goes forth. His role is that of a teacher. He is the world teacher. Third stanza, by pure love man will achieve. How will we achieve? By pure love. He's affirming the power of love. Further down, by my help all shall be achieved. This is a promise of the masters to help. In the way I think about it, this would be bringing to fruition the good of God. What are they here to do? Many would agree that God is good, he is infinitely loving. The sixth stanza, the name of God is love. Well, a name is distinctive, and love, we learn, is a quality of God. Many believe that the mantra Om, which will come up in the meditation, to be a name of God. I am his messenger. So what is Maitreya's role? He's God's messenger. That means he works for him. He is close to him. He represents him. And you can't hear it on this recording, but Benjamin Krem, in his own voice, says, please receive the blessing of the Christ. What I would comment on is that the masters are not here to interfere with the free will of humanity. It's our free will on Earth. That's humanity has free will. And then finally, as I read before, this blessing, very powerful. May the divine light and love and power of the one most holy God be now manifest within your hearts and minds. May this manifestation lead you quickly to see yourself as units of God. So again, we are part of God, we have divine potential. So moving on, I'd like to just introduce transmission meditation. And before I start on that, I'll just ask again, or in a certain way again, would you like to know how you can help humanity? Would you like to help humanity? Transmission is one way to do it. So this is a unique transmission. This meditation is unique. It was developed in 1974 by Benjamin Crane. Just to introduce it, we've been talking about the spiritual hierarchies of masters, the transformative energies they send into the world. Energies are coming down all the time, continuously. That is how progress is made. But the masters are operating at such a high level that most of the energies they send down cannot be directly absorbed by humanity. Instead, they bounce off humanity. So transmission meditation is a way for meditators to receive the energies from the sources that I mentioned earlier and transmute it, transform it into energy that can be received by humanity. It's not a personal meditation, it's a group meditation. And by the way, many people who have personal meditation continue to do it and still continue to do transmission meditation, sometimes for decades. So it doesn't interfere with other meditation work you may be doing. You invoke and receive the energies through your energy centers, through the chakras. The energies are then stepped down as they flow through you. As this occurs, your chakras are charged, activated, and heightened in their activity, which benefits you. Over a time, a connection is built between the brain and your soul. So transmission is a way to help the masters of wisdom and to serve the world, and it is also a highly effective means of personal spiritual development. 3 is the minimum number of meditators, but as you add more, there's kind of it's actually an exponential progression in terms of the amount of energy that can flow through. So we usually meditate in groups, sometimes large groups. The more triangles there are between the participants, the more energy can flow through safely. These spiritual energies are not directed by the meditators. The masters know where to send the energies, so we leave that to them. It's also safe, scientific, non-denominational. It doesn't interfere with any other religious or spiritual practice. So I think we're ready for the transmission meditation demonstration, and yes, we should be able to start that. Before I start, does everybody have the great invocation? We're going to need that soon. It could be on the tickets you received at the booth, or it's on a blue card that you may have received when you moved in. So we're going to come to that shortly. So we're going to meditate until about 50 minutes after the hour. All you do is sit in your chairs comfortably, relax physically, mentally, if you can do it. Relax emotionally as well. Just take a minute or two to just relax. Think Om silently and hold the attention on the Ajna center, which is between the eyebrows. It's right here. The Ajna center is the center of the will and a controller for the chakras. If the attention drops from the Ajna center, think Om again, and it will return to the Ajna center automatically. So I think we're at the point where we can say the great invocation together. So close your eyes. Remember to think Om as we do this. From the point, and we're going to say it together. Everybody read it. You have it on a card? Say it together. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men. Let light descend on earth. From the point of love within the heart of God, let love stream forth into the hearts of men. May Christ return to earth. From the center, where the will of God is known, let purpose guide the little wills of men, the purpose which the masters know and serve. From the center, which we call the race of men, let the plan of love and light work out, and may it seal the door where evil dwells. Let light and love and power restore the plan on earth. Okay, let's gently come back to the reality here. And we do have a booth. It's in the room next door to the right as you go out, and another right, and it's in the left corner in the back. If you are interested in transmission meditation, we want to connect you with others, or help connect you with others, and we have Zoom sessions for people who are new, and flyers that have that information are in the back. So if you come to our booth and sign on our, and give your email, we'll send information to you. We have a lot of information and free information at the booth. Again, we are volunteers. We're not here to sell you anything. We're just here to present information that we hope is helpful to you in your search and your inner search and inner path. A free book on transmission meditation can be downloaded from shareecart.com. It's completely free. And again, the information is at the booth. Also, we have a flyer at the back, if you want to pick it up, that gives information about further resources. We have a lot of information on the internet, and we are an international group. There are people doing transmission meditation all around the world, and really large contingents in the United States and in Japan. Does anybody have, actually it'd be better if I answer questions at the booth because we have to clear the room out. So please stop by the booth or catch me later and we can talk if you have questions. Okay, thank you.
Hello, welcome everyone. I'm Tangela, founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our SoulSearch Burlingame Enlightenment Expo. We're delighted to have you guys here today. At SoulSearch, we're here to support you on your spiritual and awakening journey, wherever that might be and wherever that might take you. We have our online platform where you can connect with amazing practitioners like Yuri. And we also host these live events every month here in the Bay Area. We'll be in Dublin next week, so you guys can come on back. We have free speakers all day. And we also have SoulSearch TV, where many of our practitioners have their own TV shows. You guys can watch them on soulsearch.tv online, also on Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. So we are supporting our spiritual community to grow and to come together so we can all explore. There's never any dumb questions. There's never anything weird or that here is someplace where you're always welcome. Anything goes. You can always ask, and you're always loved and accepted for who you are. So welcome to our day of metaphysical and supernatural experience. And I'm so excited to welcome our speaker and my very close friend, Yuri Lee. Yuri is an incredibly talented healer, ceremonialist. She has hypnotherapist, does past life regression work. She hosts incredible new moon, full moon ceremonies, mushroom ceremonies. She does one-on-one work with people to do inner child healing work, and much, much more. So she's going to be talking to you about healing past life trauma through time traveling and past life regression. So it's going to be an amazing talk. And Yuri, she used to be in the fashion industry as a fashion design consultant, but then she had a whole awakening experience that brought her to this world. So, so many of us were like, how did you get into this? Well, we weren't born into it. No. And also, Yuri is a holistic health coach and expert, and she works with natural products such as the Amanita mushrooms to support people on their healing journeys as well. And she'll be chatting about that. And she also has a booth in the front. So definitely after the event, you can chat with her more. And welcome, Yuri. Thanks for being here.
So one more time. Hello, everyone. And
Hello.
welcome. Yes. Welcome to this very healing, happy place. That we're spending time together. So like she said, my name is Yuri. I go as a moon priestess. I am actually a certified licensed clinical hypnotherapist, specialized in past life regression and inner child healing is my main work. And I have done breathwork ceremonies, mushroom ceremonies, plant ceremonies of all different types. I do full moon ceremonies in person and over the Zoom every month. And today actually happens to be a new moon in Leo. And when we are left with a little bit of time later, I invite you to, how about we all do some ceremony together?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
And let's just bring in the Leo energy as we're gonna need it. We really, really need to embrace healthy Leo energy, right? Not the energy that of the Leo, typical Leo, of a very selfish and egotistical Leo. That's how we look at, if you're Leo, then you must fit this. No, we are going to bring in very healthy, the Lion King energy, the leadership energy, courageous and ready to just conquer the world energy is what we're gonna bring it in. And we get to do this ceremony. Happen to be new moon today. So we'll do that. I promise you we're gonna do that all together. And to give you a little bit about why I have this as a topic, healing with past life, time traveling, and shifting the Akashic records. And not because I had an interest in it, because I am the one who actually had to go through to heal myself, which I am pretty sure a lot of you can relate to my story. So to give you a little bit about my background is that I was a fashion consultant And you will not believe because I have always this big smile in my face right now, and I'm very welcoming and warming right now. But just 20 years ago, I'm telling you, just about 25 years ago, let's not count my age, but just about early 30s, my nickname was Ice Baby. Yes. Because my heart was completely shot, right? And I lived under matrix, and people were afraid to talk to me. Here, even when I met Angela, I mean, I was very open, and then I was friendly, and that's been about, I would say, 7 years. Before, I'm just like this woman, right? I'm gonna go and get it done. I'm in fashion industry, very competitive industry. I went to school for Parsons Group Design, which is the most competitive fashion school in the world. And your classmates are, what are they? They're not your friend. They're all your competition. No one wants to be friends with you. And this is not just in the fashion industry. This is happening in our daily life, in most industry, yes? Right? You thought they were friends, and they were, snap, hit you, and they betrayed you, and we experienced all of that. Why? Because we have past life connection with each one of them. Actually, we do. If you are spending more than 15 minutes with a person, they were in your past life. We're spending more than 15 minutes here together. We were all together doing the very similar thing in our past life. So, nice to meet you again. Good to see you. Good to see you again. And some people, sometimes I feel that with some people, I don't know you. This is the first time I met you. But there's something very strong, very sticky. Whether it's positive or negative, you probably all felt that, right? And also when you go to a certain place, and I'm like, why am I so drawn to this place? I got nothing to do with this place, but why am I so drawn to this? Because you were there from your past life. Yes? I'm just confirming some of this. Why? Right? Because I do past life regression, so I'm having these clients coming into my practice. So a little bit about that background is I was trained as an archetype practitioner, focused on healing your inner child work. So that was my training. But when I started doing the regression, people started to go automatically to their past lives. I wasn't trained as a past life regression therapist. People who were doing a session with me, they just started to go to their past lives. So I'm like, why do they do that? Because this is what I've always done. This is what I did from my past life. So I wasn't trained, but I'm just doing an inner child healing session, but they will go back to some of them will go back to billions of years ago and remember the time where they were we were all there, we're being separated from 1 to 2. Some of them are having an abandonment issue from that moment of being separated from God to 2. And some of them are just going to another planet. I'm in this planet. I landed in this planet, but I know that this is not Earth. Where am I? And then he started describing it. He started describing, well, this is a even smaller than Moon, and my spaceship landed because it was broken. And that's how he ended his life. Abandoned and no help. I have no help. That's his wound. I have no help. And he brought that from that even, I can't even tell which many years ago, but he brought that back to this lifetime. His core wound is called, I have no help. I feel alone because no one is helping me. So this is how I started to do, and then I'm just getting more and more of past life clients than inner child healing clients. And also the center that I worked in Sedona, that's where I met Tangela. So I was associated with the several different retreat center, and one of the center was called Sedona Soul Adventure. It's one of the most famous retreat center dedicated for the couples and private. So, and then this is very dedicated for 5% of the population, where they have thousands of dollars just to spend, but they're miserable. So the cost of those retreats are anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 for 1 week. And those were my clients. So they have money, and obviously money doesn't give you the happiness, even though we are all just looking for money. Day after day, I'm doing 2-3 sessions over 2-3 hours of a session with them. They're unhappy. They have all the money in the world, right? Their wants are still there, like everybody else. They feel lonely. They don't feel love. Most beautiful supermodel from Hollywood would come, and she doesn't feel she's beautiful enough. And she's single, she can get love because she has a belief inside of her that she's not worthy. So all these things were developed throughout my practice from Sedona, and I actually have a book that I'm writing about 23 core wounds that I discovered, which I thought it was 4 because from my practice, my hypnotherapy teacher told me the 4 wounds. The 4 wounds are, I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy, and I'm not lovable, and I'm alone. So those were what we were told to go by. And then I start discovering there are more than that, because I'm regressing people, and then they go to all these different places, right? And they're telling me when I engage with them, I have the ones that I don't belong. A lot of people here also feel I don't belong, I can't connect. A lot of people, I don't feel worthy. This other thing, I don't feel safe. I'm not safe. Everybody came from the war zone. Everybody just died from some very traumatic events, and they just don't feel safe. So they have to protect themselves, and they're always looking the back. They have to gain extra weight on their body because they don't feel safe. So all of this kind of gave me an idea, and then the core wounds extended from 4 to 23. And then when I presented to people, then they're checking, almost half of them. Half of them, I can't trust. That's another big thing. And then you can trust, that's why you don't get into a relationship. Not because you're better than others, because you hold the belief that I can trust because you betrayed me from my past. How can I walk this pain again? So these are my backgrounds as how people are going back. And as a treatment, what we do is we work with healing your past. So it's designed, and I kind of created my own system. We have to address everything, your current relationship. Just from looking at your current relationship, I can just tell you what belief system you're operating from. You gotta hear that, and then you close that, and then you have to go back to the time of your high school, your junior high school, where you're not being accepted. If you don't wear Nike, then you're being bullied. If you're pretty, you're being bullied. If you're ugly, you're being bullied. And then people are now losing their identity of who they are. So we all have that. So we have to hit that too. And the most important part of our past that we're being traumatized is our childhood, when we are in between 0 to 7 years old, where your subconscious is wide open and you are accepting everything. Well, your parents never told you that, but you're accepting this belief system being presented to you, and you are soaking it so well, and it becomes your DNA blueprint that you're operating. And what happens when you become an adult? You're creating a very either similar relationship your mom and dad had, or you're creating very opposite relationship, or you don't go into a relationship because of what you observe. It's like a movie. It's blueprint movie from your childhood. So these are very typical way, and this is the reason why people are having challenge in their relationship dynamics. You're basically having a relationship with your mother or father, unfortunately. Or because it's so traumatic, what you do is you close your heart very, very tight, like I did, and you don't open it up. You think you want to open it up. You think you want to have a relationship. And my heart is so fragile from watching what happened from my past. So you just don't open up subconsciously. Your heart walls are closed, and to open up that heart wall, it takes many different modalities being presented. So this is why this type of event is great, because some of you may resonate with me, some of you may resonate with other people, to open your heart. And this is the most holistic way to start opening and then bringing that wall down. So as I am going through this healing journey for myself, and what I noticed was it's not just from my childhood, but it's from your past life. So, and it's incredible, because when I tell you, okay, I want you to come up with your past life, right? And you think you will, because after the past life regression session, people usually go, well, is it really true? I mean, I feel like I made it up. But if I were to tell you right now, why don't you give me a story of one of your past life? Nobody can tell me. Nobody will come up with it. But when I do the regression, it's like a movie that you just start telling me all of this. And what's ironic is that one past life, I usually go visit 3 past lives. One past life, you're in 1,000 years ago, let's say. And the second one, you're in maybe 300 years ago. And third one, maybe 50 years ago. And you're in different sex or different position with your career or your people who's showing up. But it's the same pattern, exact same pattern that you're repeating. That you're repeating in this lifetime. What you are most concerned in your lifetime right now, that you came here to heal, it's being presented from your past life. The benefit of doing past life regression is because you are able to absorb, like the blind spot, like you can see the blind spot, but if you are the observer, you can see the blind spot from outside. So that's the benefit of doing past life regression. And then you're gonna have that deeper understanding of why you are being this way and why you're acting and living certain way. And also because you're in a place of theta, which is your subconscious. That's where you can do the healing work, and that's where you get to shift the Akashic record. So many of you may understand of the Akashic records. Yeah, you know what Akashic record is? Akashic record is everything and anything that it has happened from your past and will happen for the rest of your life. as long as you're living, right? All the events, all the relationship, all of it, right? So if you were to go back and able to shift your Akashic records, then you get to create a different future. If you just live the Akashic records that you are aware of and don't do any work on yourself, then that's going to be continuous. So Akashic record change with an event. So relationship ending, divorce, incidents, accidents, somebody's dying, some traumatic thing happens, that's when a lot of our Akashic records shift and change. That's what we are experiencing in current lifetime. But our past life pattern will not change because our ego is so strong, so it doesn't want to change unless there is a very good reason for you to change. A good reason is because you actually don't believe it. So let me explain to you how you can change that. So you all know what happened with this movie called Back to the Future, right? Michael J. Fox, mother died, and then they went back to the past, and they did something different. Remember? And then they came back to the current life, and the mother was alive, right? But nobody wants to actually believe that, right? But it's a story. It's a story. That movie story came from somewhere. It's a part of our Akashic records. It wants to give us a little of a clue. Just like Avatar is giving us a clue, it's giving us a clue. It's all coming out of our subconscious. It's all coming out of our multidimensional space. So now, you don't know what happened from the time Michael J. Fox did something from the current life, because they time traveled and came back. So you don't have to know in between, because that's where we go. Whoa, but then what about this? What about that? You don't need to know because we traveled multidimensionally. But what he did was changing the Akashic records that was written. So if you are able to go back where your belief system that you're alone, you're not safe, you're not worthy, you're not good enough, you go back to that space and you do the work there to shift that, and you rewrite it. Then you come back. Then your future has to change, because that is the law of the universe. It has to go through. You don't have to know what happened in between. Well, but then you have to understand this concept is it's given to us multiple times, not just from the Back to the Future movie, but many different ways. You go back and do something different, then your life, something has to change. So let's just take a look at it. Okay, well, I'm not really involved with the politics or any of the TV, but since it's the news, okay. So Trump got hit with his ear bleeding. But what if he actually was shot? Right? Then the future, he won't be here, and then some different thing might have happened that people are worrying about, right? So there is always going to be something that will shift the future. So even though I do believe in tarot cards, and I do work with the tarot cards, and I have many incredible tarot card readers, and when the tarot card is, because tarot card is also Akashic records, when the tarot card represent, I challenge the tarot cards. I'm not, okay, I got death, I'm not gonna accept it. Yeah, and then my friend was like, so what are you gonna do? Because she's like, she's a master, she's 45 years old, master tarot card reader. Well, so maybe you should do something else. And I'm like, what do I gotta change this? Because there's gotta be something to change. So I love what it wants to tell me, and I love more that I can to challenge my tarot cards. And that is what I want to share with you. You can change your Akashic records. It's the same thing with your astrology. I love astrology. I'm a Cancer, and that's why I am like this. And then and people, oh yeah, you're a Cancer, so you cry every time you're in path. Okay, so what I do is, okay, I accept the goodness of my Cancerian quality, and I will also accept, and I'm gonna challenge my biggest challenge as a Cancer, right? I'm going to shift this, and I will be a healthy Cancer. Moon is in Capricorn, so I can't stop. I'm always thinking and working crazy. I'm gonna challenge this. It's so challenging for Capricorn to relax, but I'm gonna challenge. I'm gonna challenge this. I'm gonna tell you, give it to me, and I'm gonna challenge. And that's how we are shifting the Akashic records. You are not staying as this stinky Scorpio. I'm going to bring the good out of you, and you're gonna be the most amazing, intense Scorpio that we love. I'm gonna challenge you Gemini, who you have 2 different personalities, and you wanna shift and then you wanna just accept that Akashic records of you, and you think you can go back and forth and being in negative Gemini, and I'm gonna challenge you. You're gonna be this twin flame that is doubling your power, and you go out and get things done, not doing this. So this is how we're changing and shifting our Akashic records. We don't stay in negatives, right? This is why we're here. We are here to be a better version of ourselves. I'm gonna become a better version of Cancer, right? So how do we go about shifting that? Obviously, past life regression is an amazing work that we can do. It's a private sessions, and it's intense sessions, and it's also expensive sessions, and it's very, very. It's not the type of session like a massage you get to do once a week or once in 2 weeks. It's something that you get to do maybe several times in your lifetime, right? It's not something that you're up to doing it like a Reiki or acupuncture. But it's an important session. It's one thing to do, and I strongly recommend anyone who's interested, whether you like to work with me or you like to work with some other people who does that. It will give you the clue. It will give you some of your past wounds that you don't even think that you're carrying, that you can discover. So I do recommend that. The other way to travel multidimensionally will be through holotropic breathwork. So with breathwork, it's not going to be guided like past life regression. So you're gonna be given a glimpse of different scenes if you get to be in that space. And you get to really, there are many benefits of breath work, not just with seeing your past life, but you will engage. That's how you can go to your past life. And if you remember those scenes from your breathwork sessions, then you can also, if you are aware of this information, now that you are, so when you get to do the breathwork, you want to put that work in that session by imagining a different scenario than what you engaged. That's how you will get the benefits of truly holotropic breathwork. Not just saw it and you talk, but you actually have to shift something for the better benefits. The other great thing that you can do, which how I healed a lot of my trauma, was to be participating in shamanic ceremonies, which is ayahuasca, mushroom, San Pedro's, What else? All of those plant medicine are excellent way to be able to get to this multidimensional state. You will definitely, engage some kind of situation that is stuck in your emotional field. And amazing way to heal. A lot of healing can happen with that. My concern with a lot of the trend that is going on right now with the plant medicine is the facilitator, especially if the facilitators from overseas and facilitator from here whose purpose is not necessarily for healing, but to make money. Those are my biggest concerns. So the reason why I say this is because I was introduced to ayahuasca 18 years ago when nobody was doing it. And when I went down there, I already saw how abusive it became, how a lot of sexual trauma being re-traumatized through the ceremonies with certain facilitators, the shamans. And you just have to be able to work with someone who you can trust. So referral, someone who you can trust, because I'm telling you, this was actually my husband's shaman who was trying to get on me 18 years ago. When my husband was doing a ceremony, the shaman actually came out when I was leaving. He was contacting me to see if he can come. So this is the type of unsafe facilitator that are out there. And unsafe facilitator who doesn't understand the medicine very well, just wanting to make money and continuously bringing people to the healing space, but they're not healing. So that's my concern, and that's why I am not necessarily the big fan of actually making psychedelic just legal for everyone to get their hands on, because psychedelic medicines are very sacred sacraments. These were utilized only at temples and sanctuary where the priestess and priest, and those are the one who understands the medicine, because they are very powerful mind altering medicine. And these days people just get on it like it's a recreation. That's why they were being labeled as a drug. They are very sacred medicine. They have an extreme amount of power to help you and kill you and get people go psychosis. So it's absolutely important for you to be able to trust the person who's providing these services. The other thing is integration. Integrating what you got to witness from your ceremony is probably more important than what you saw, because I tell you, my ex did more than 40 ayahuasca ceremonies. He's not healed. Wow. It's a example of how someone who was a drug addict before, right? Who used to be an alcoholic, and utilizing ayahuasca as wow, this is powerful. I'm being healed. I'm getting messages, because you're in this multidimensional space with God is coming, and then telling you the universe is one with you, and I'm the Gaia of the goddess of the earth, and it's amazing, right? But why are you healing? Why is your issue that you're being challenged in your family? Why isn't this being addressed? Because there's no integration. What was given to you? Okay, so what did you talk to Gaia about your issue from that ceremony, right? It was great. Everybody said, oh, it was very awakening. Now I'm awakened, I'm aware, I'm healed. Everybody's like, like that. But when I'm seeing it, because I'm a facilitator of different sessions, but I still see that pattern. I still see the pattern from you. I still saw that from my ex. Oh my God, you're still same. You're doing the exact same thing that you did 18 years ago. You're still doing it. It's because there is no integration. There is no one helping you through, because it has to be put in your daily life. We're not here to live up there. We're here to live our earthly human life. Yes? We're not here to live as a spirit, and everybody is talking about we're not just the body, we're the spirit living in human body. Yes, we are the spirit living in human body, having a human experience, which means you still have to go out and work and live, eat, and go to bathroom, have a relationship. You cannot avoid the relationship. You cannot not eat. You have to have a human experience. That's what you all came here to be. You can't shut your emotions and afraid to get into a relationship. You can't be afraid, so you can pursue the dreams that you always dream of ever since you have chosen to come here to earth to be. Right? You all have dreams that you came here to create. And some of my clients will say, I haven't done that because I had to survive. I did that too. And I tell you, it's not easy. Like I said, I was in fashion design. I made a good money. And I put my one foot was in the fashion, the other one as a healer. For 18 years, I was doing the back and forth. Because I was afraid. How? Because there's no belief in me. Because my past life, I was this insecure, scared priestess who really wasn't in her power. So I'm repeating that in this lifetime. And while that's giving me money, so, well, I mean, healers, they don't really seem like they can make any living or even rent. And I had to go through that. I was forced because I did so much work on all these journeys. And yeah, not easy to get rid of that. That was all conditioned and packaged. It was already programmed in my life. So you live this way, go get a job. If this is not that job, you're gonna be poor. Artists, they don't make money, don't become an artist, right? And then to get out of that pattern that was put on me, I mean, I went through the struggle that I wanted to give up and thought about, maybe should I go back to my fashion? Like, should I just give it up? Because it's hard. But if it's not that challenging, if it's not work, it's not gonna happen. You gotta put the work. You want the relationship to work, then you gotta face. You have to actually open your heart and really engage. What is it that, okay, I'm finally out of relationship with the narcissist now. I don't attract the narcissist anymore. But now, am I gonna afraid to open my heart because I don't want to be hurt again? Right? Or am I gonna, okay, I'm gonna open my heart and I will engage. And I am gonna open to whatever the lesson that is being presented. Am I still attracting similar energy? Or if I'm attracting different energy, what am I, and this is not healthy, then what am I learning? If you're not learning, you're stuck, right? So with the energy of Leo, are we almost there? No, we still have time. With the energy of Leo, so this is what's happening. When Leo, we are forced to take our life, we're forced to take the leadership of our life at this moment. Will you be the leader of your life, or will you continuously let others to lead your life? We're being in this place of retrograde with Mercury, where it feels like we're going back, it feels like past is being presented, so past wounds will be presented to you throughout this month. That doesn't mean you're going back and you're being stuck or you're being challenged. Challenge is if you don't deal with it. So what you want to do is when it's being presented, okay, what am I going to do something different this time? Challenge yourself this time with the courage of Leo. And then the Leo energy will actually support you. So what am I going to do differently this time? And what am I going to bring in? Something new, something that you have never done, because that's a pattern breaker. When you're bringing something new, it breaks your pattern. So whether it's physical, emotional, relationship, career, commit yourself to bringing something new, because that's the energy that is being supported, right? And the last thing that I want to do before we go into the new moon ceremony, this is probably one of the cheapest and easy way for you to travel to your multidimensional life. Time traveling mushroom right here. So, as a past life regression therapist, I'm always trying to help my clients. How can I help them without having to do another session that feels heavy on them, because it's expensive sessions, right? It's not $100 session. And because of my time needs to be valued, I do have to charge a certain amount of money. But this case, actually, for very minimal financial investment, you're getting the most benefits out of time traveling. So the spirit of Amanita muscaria is very happy. And you may feel that if you look at this, like oh my God, they're so cute and they're so vibrant. They make you just smile when you look at them. When you look at their, but that's why we even have that in our phone as an icon. And they look so cute and they have that happy spirit, right? And they are the spirit of Smurf mushrooms. So they carry that. They are this fearless, very loving spirit. And their mission, their purpose in our earthly life is to come into our life and replace the fear and bringing the joy, peace, and happiness into our life. So they've been doing a great job. As you can see, I am very approachable, and all you feel from me is just this very lighter spirit, very happy person that you see. I'm not always happy, but most time I'm very happy to meet you and share this messages with you. So they come in, you can take it as a tea, you can microdose as chocolates or gummies, you can do, I have a very delicious mushroom coffee that I created with them. You can do it with the skin. If you don't want to ingest it, you can do it with the skin. I have an amazing body butter called I Am Tantric that you put them on and the mushroom will be absorbed through. They're not psychedelic, they're not illegal, they're completely legal, and this is what they do. You take them, microdose, you're not supposed to get high. This is not for getting high mushroom. You take them and you're gonna go to sleep. You have sleeping issues, they will take care of you. And while you're sleeping, they will take you to your past life. So it's like doing a past life regression microdose. It's not going to be as extensive as I'm giving you the session, but they're going to give you some of the scenes, and you are alive in the scene. And then you get to do things, and you get to absorb, and then all they're doing is show you this is what was stuck in your emotional field. And all their spirit is, okay, we're ready to remove you. The Smurf, remember the Smurf? They remove that out of you. That's the Smurf series. They're moving all the fear out of us, right? And then what happens? We can finally sleep, deeper sleep, sleeping without 1,000 thoughts, waking up in between, and we get good night's sleep. And then what happens to our body? Our body gets to heal itself, because that's what our body does. Our body is a healing machine. They are supposed to heal while we are resting and sleeping. We're not healing our body because we don't get a proper sleep. How many people I have engaged as I created this line, coming into my booth, complaining about I have anxiety, ADHD, and sleep disorder. This is the 75% of the people coming into my booth complaining about the issues. They're coming from because they are in fear. Somewhere inside of them, they can't relax. So without me talking to you guys, they actually are very helpful to sleep and do a little bit of past life regression while you're sleeping. And you get to be a little bit more in peace. Some of the things that were very triggering within the relationships, they're kind of being, yeah, you can just let it go. And some of the things that was kind of like, oh, I'm being scared, suddenly you're not being scared anymore. You're just like, you know what, that doesn't work for me. So I'm gonna just leave. You can stop talking to me because what you're talking to me is very toxic to me. So I'm gonna get up and go home. And please don't call me anymore because I'm not gonna waste my time with this toxic conversation that was draining my energy anymore. This is my personal experience, and a lot of my clients are getting big benefits. My clients are actually in my booth while I'm talking to you right now, sharing her experience. She actually was one who was suffering from anxiety, was in 6 different medications. As she incorporated this into her life, she's completely off. I couldn't do a plant ceremony with her because she was doing heavy dose of antidepressant. If you're having antidepressant, anxiety, pharmaceutical medication, then you cannot have a proper plant medicine ceremony. So now she's completely off, and I think she wants to work with this now. So, that's the creativity that comes out of here and empowerment that comes out of here with all my practice. I am happy that I was able to share some glimpse of it. And if you're more curious about it, then I have a booth inside that I invite you to come and sample some of the mushroom coffees and gummies and get to know. And now I think we all get to have a little bit of new moon ceremony. Yes?
Yes.
All right. So we got about 7 minutes left. So I ask you to close your eyes. Okay? Close your eyes if you would like to participate in this. Today is actually the new moon day. And I want you to think about something that's been bothering you that you want to get better at. Whether it's your health or your career or your relationship. This is not a lifetime ceremony. This is the ceremony of this month. So I just ask you one thing. Let's just focus on one thing that you would like to improve in your life. And when you are bringing this up, then I ask you to achieve that, what could possibly be something that is on the way? Is this the time? Is it money? Or it's something about yourself that you're doubting about yourself? So we want to bring both of them up to the surface, what you like to achieve, get better at, and what could possibly be something that could be a blockage or challenge. And with that, I am bringing in the image for each one of you is energy of courageous Lion King energy to your psyche. And you are going to all see as you close your eyes the image of this amazing, beautiful, powerful energy of Lion King who is ready to partner with you. You are becoming a partner for this month. I want you to imagine yourself as he's allowing you to hop on his back. I want you to just imagine yourself hopping on this powerful, fearless lion and just be with it, on it, and you're ready. You're ready, you're activating your inner soul's purpose, finally allowing you to give that love to yourself. Joining yourself completely with this energy, you're ready to take off. And you're imagining, continuously imagine you riding this powerful lion energy and flying on this lion energy, on this lion's back. And I want you to just imagine yourself flying with this lion wherever you want to go. And you are going to arrive. You will achieve. Even though there are all these different dark forces wants to get on the path, because you are owning this energy, you are arriving at this time and space where you're being more empowered, healed, and being able to stand for yourself. So with that, just own it, and we confirm, say, it is done. I want you to say together with me, it is done.
It is done.
Again, it is done.
It is done.
And one more time, it is done.
It is done.
And so it is. Thank you.
everyone. Welcome to all of those who are here in the room with us, to all of you joining us in the live stream. Welcome to the Burlingame SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo. We are so happy to have you here. For those of you who have been with us all day, both in person and on the live stream, we are so grateful for you. We're so blessed to have you, to call you members of our tribe. So welcome. My name is Barbara. I am honored and blessed to work with our founder, Tangela, to bring these Enlightenment Expos to you, hopefully to be a safe and sacred space for you to be on your consciousness journey, wherever that might be, and to bring you not just our expos, but our speakers who help you along the way. And I love the fact that you can hear the same speaker 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, but you always hear it differently. You always hear something a little bit extra that you didn't hear before. For those of you who might be new to our next speaker, you are in for a very wonderful treat. Ingrid Adelaide. I pronounced it correctly. Ingrid Adelaide. Ingrid is a mom. She's a sister. She's a friend. She's a daughter. She's an intuitive energy healer, a medium, a massage therapist, among many other things. Originally from Estonia, she has been exposed to energy healing since childhood. In 2004, she finished her studies in the Swedish Institute College of Health Sciences that gave her a strong base and push to better understand body and energy work, both from the Western and Eastern approaches. Since then, she has continued to add a variety of healing modalities to her experience in America, Europe, and Asia. Ingrid uses various healing styles she's learned through life with the help of your and our guides. She supports and empowers us all on our journey of discovering our highest potential so we too can live a life we love. And that is exactly what we're going to get from Ingrid today. I am so blessed and honored to present to you Ingrid.
My pleasure. Welcome, amazing souls in these beautiful human bodies. Thank you, Barbara, again, and having the opportunity to be here. Just not too long ago, I was one of you in that chair, and I see a lot of actually familiar faces, either because I was in the same session with you or whatnot. Oh, sure, go for it. There we go. Thank you. And I was pushed to like, Ingrid, you got to do this. You got to attend. You got to not just attend, but you need to do this event as well. So I'm just here to share my own little journey, how I got to being here, being happy, I would say, having an amazing, family, friends, daughter, and everything. And at the same time, by bringing my frequency up throughout the years, throughout my journey, to finally reach a point where I can say that, oh my God, life can be magical. There can be things happening that you just can't explain. Like just a few weeks ago, I was in Greece, and just one of the examples again, just to remind you, like, this is possible. Is this like normal? So what happens, like, we're just walking the beach with a friend of mine, and it's like a 20 minutes just on the beach, and we're like, oh, we don't even know where we're gonna go for the night. And we should figure out the hotel. It's already dinner time. We're like, oh, what are we gonna do? I'm like, okay, fine. I'll pull up my phone and figure out this, like a search engine of something cheap. I was like, ooh, this is a really good deal. I wonder where that is. Like, we're tired from walking. And I look it up on the maps. I'm like, oh, it's right here. And I'm like, oh, that's nice. Let's go check it out. And I like the price, and we just need it for one night. So we go in, and they say, oh, we only have it for one night. I'm like, that's totally fine. Okay, but because we only have one room left, I'm like, that's fine. I only need one room. It's like, it's like, oh, therefore it's the one with the ocean view. Like, I'm not like, well, sure, bring it on. I'm fine. Plus we have breakfast included. I'm like, yes, yes, yes. And then because of this deal, it was actually, I got to even negotiate it even cheaper by another 10 euros because it showed on the app, and they said, sure, we honor that. So not only do we get a quick response to like, it was resolved in no time. I didn't even have to walk to it because it was right here. And on top of that, the magic, where you always want to say, I want this and more. Don't ever limit yourself with, I just want this. I want more than that. And then let it happen, because I did not request for an additional amazing view or the breakfast included. So these are the little magic things that have now become like a regular thing happening. And this would not be happening unless I did the work. So I'll share my path, what I've done, basically getting here. And I'm just going to use these so I don't get totally off track. Otherwise, we can be here for 5 hours.
Yeah.
So the 3 main things that have got me to the point to live the more magical life is healing from within, really healing all my junk and stuff from the past and raising my energy frequency and then finding the purpose. Without those things, I would not be where I am right now. And I just want to really stress to every single one of you that it all starts with you. And I know you know that. I know all of the stuff. But I just want to remind you, because repetition is one thing that we might hear it from one time, one person, and again from the other. But at one point, someone says it in a different way at the right time for you, and suddenly the light bulb goes up. It's like, oh, now I get it. Now I understand. So that's why I want to just remind you that you have all the answers inside of you, and you actually are the greatest healer there is. We can have amazing people here at SoulSearch who are supporting the process, including me, just to kind of carry you to the next level. But really, if you connect with what's inside of you, no one can heal you more powerfully. And the proof is, how did you turn into who you are today from the sperm? Did you direct it? Here's what we need to do to build the organs, to do all this stuff, right? It knew what to do. And if it did it once, it can do it again. So you just need to get yourself to the point to get there. And regarding we have all the answers. If you know how many of you know the story, the Hindu story about all the answers are hidden inside of you? Any of you know this? I'll share it quickly because it just resonated with me, and I don't know if perhaps it resonates with you as well. So the story, and I don't know exact details, but I'll give you the idea that we all used to be gods, and then just the main god, chief god, is like, oh, they don't behave properly, and all this stuff. Is like, I'm going to take the abilities away from them, and then we're going to turn them into humans. And from now on, you know what? We're going to hide the answers from them. Yeah. So they get the meeting together with the other, board of gods, and they decide well, where should we hide all the answers from humans? Oh, I know. Let's put it up really somewhere high on the mountaintop. They won't reach there. It's well, with time they get better, they get the gear. I'm sure they're going to do the hike. They'll find it. And then it's oh, well, let's put it somewhere at the bottom of the ocean. They won't find it from there. Well, with time, again, they'll find it. And the list goes on, kind of different things. And then finally, the chief god's you know what? I know where to hide it. Let's put it inside of them because they'll never look at it. And so this is why I'm inviting you guys again. If you go within, you seriously start, when you connect with yourself, you start getting these answers. And that's where the power comes from, getting the answers and the ability to heal yourself. But also, it wasn't always like that for me. When I was 9 years old, my parents got divorced. And regularly I cried to my mom, cried myself to sleep, saying I don't want to live in this world. Mm-hmm. And of course, coming from also Estonia, the Soviet times, our lives, you could say, maybe weren't that easy. It's bananas and hot dogs were delicacy, and you got coupons to purchase sugar or soap, not because it gives you a discount, but just because it wasn't enough to go around. So you just get a permission to buy enough sugar or buy enough soap and things like that. But as a child, that was a norm. I didn't know about that necessarily, that would be a difficulty. But when my parents got divorced, something just broke inside of me. And I'm just why? I don't want to live in this world. Why did you give me birth if this is the life I need to live? And without really realizing why it hurt so much, because it's not I had that much, that difficult of a childhood, I just felt that it was really hard. And then moving forward, many years later, moving to America, having amazing honeymoon around the world for with my husband. When I got pregnant, my husband said he wants a divorce. And moving forward again, there was this amazing family that took my daughter and I into their, like a family, you know, like the family, like there was an extra room there with a shower and stuff. And when I entered that room where I had my mattress on the floor and her crib in the corner and the rocking chair, I just sat there and I was just sitting, and she was just crying. The second I got into that room, she just started to cry. Not because she had a reason to cry, but she was just feeling everything that I was feeling. And from that point, I was like, what's the point of this life? What is this? But initially, because of her, I had to pull myself together. I need to pull myself together somehow. And initially, she was the reason that made me going. But with time, I realized, you know how it is on the airplane? You need to take the oxygen mask, otherwise you can't keep going and helping someone else. And this is when I realized I need to start using the oxygen mask for myself, so I could one day give her the life and everything, so she would not repeat in the circle like I have, like my parents had, because everything I know, I'm giving and showing her. And before we know it, she's turning 30 and she's going to get divorced. And like, where's this cycle? And I realized I need to change something. But I remember the no desire to live, just till I discovered the meaning for me is like, oh wait, if in the world of energies and the soul, and so we're just in a human bodies, and the soul wants to experience the lessons in my lifetime, I could help my soul. I could use this time life right now in a human body and help my soul to do those things. But I understand, especially right now, I'm looking at my friends in my small circle of people even, there's so many children right now at age 12, just Tony Robbins mastermind that I should be part of it today. But on Friday, again, they brought up how many young kids right now are having suicides or their thoughts or attempts. And partially why I believe that it also is the, we're not only carrying our own stuff that I was born with, right? I'm taking the stuff, like, first of all, though, actually, I want to remind us where we used to be when we were first born, right? We were naked, we were happy, we're like, nobody cared what I looked like. As a baby, like, hey, look at me, I'm completely naked, I don't care what I look like. And then we start growing up, it's like, oh shoot, I'm too fat, I'm too skinny, I'm too, like, whatever that is, right? We become too conscious. As a baby, you're like, I want food and I'm going to communicate. I'm going to like yell out, and either the boob or the bottle or something shows up. So this is trust that it's going to be delivered. And why do we grown-ups forget that, trusting that this is provided if we trust it? Why do we become so freaking conscious of what we look like and everything? Like, why does that really matter? But it matters because we start growing up. And our parents are going to start telling us what to do, what not to do. I'm at fault the same way. I'm telling my daughter, or I used to, at least now I'm getting better at it. And like one example is like, oh my God, you forgot this again. On the way to school, now we have to go back and get your thing. Versus now it's like, oh, we forgot something. You just remembered. Isn't it great? You just remembered we forgot something instead of blaming her for like, I can't believe you forgot something. And then we got our friends, we got our society, the work, and then all those things. And then we just keep building up those things in our body, in our energy field, and that's not where it ends. Then we have all our ancestral lines, right? We got our mom's side, all her crap going on, I don't know how many generations back. Dad's side, that on top of it. And one story is when I got to the spirit world and I learned about the constellation and everything, I said, okay, mom, sisters, let's do this. In our family, it has been for generations a pattern where the oldest daughter's husband passes away, and the other daughters get divorced. My sister didn't have a choice regardless. Her husband died of a brain tumor right after he turned 40. And even if she would have stayed with the guy who she dated, has since then passed away. And we decided we're going to do the energy heal, like the complete cleansing of this. And we took the past generations. I got my mom on a call, my sisters, I was in Estonia then. And because of my sister's daughters were either in Denmark or in school, and it was like 11 p.m. or something, I put a pillow to represent my daughter, like their generation. And we did the cleaning, and we said, this has to stop. This is stopping right here. All the past generations where the first daughter's husband dies, the other ones get divorced, we are clearing this. So from here, this stops. And our daughters and generations are protected. We did this, didn't think much of it. Next morning, wake up. My daughter just wakes up, has a funny tummy, is throwing up. Non-stop. And I'm just like, what is this? Like, we had plans, like, and going through in your mind, like, did we eat something? Like, no, we all ate the same. What's going on? There's no explanation to it. And then it hit me, I'm like, oh my God. She took all the junk energetically and she cleansed it on behalf of all of us. And I've had this now afterwards as well with other clients where if we do some really deep cleaning, they might throw up. They might do something because there's so much junk that has developed inside. So as soon as I told her, like, oh my God, honey, I'm so sorry. I think she was over like 6 or 8 or something. And I said, you know what? Anza and then, mommy, we're doing this healing, but it's super good. Like, but thank you so much for doing this and helping us. He said, it's okay, mommy. And the second we had that little talk with her, it was like 2 seconds later, she's up and running like nothing ever happened. No throwing up, no funny tummy, absolutely, like she was just fine. I'm like, wow, this is quite crazy how this world works. And so then, it's like, what is possible? What is possible when we clean our physical bodies, our energetic, the past lives, or is it present, like parallel lives, or the ancestral things and everything. And I'll bring you again my personal example. My dad, who did not believe in this world, absolutely. He was, he's like, sure, but when he had stage 4 colon cancer, and again, he's in Estonia, and when he called me up from the hospital and said, and he was always like, oh, everything's good, I'm fine. And he said, Ingrid, could you do that, whatever it is that you're doing? I said, what's going on? He said, you know what, they're giving me the strongest medications and everything, nothing's working. The pain is just beyond that I can take. And I thought, maybe we can do something. Mm-hmm. And I said, Dad, would you like me to come home? And he would never, he would never inconvenience anyone. And he's joking, oh, when is your next flight? Mm-hmm. And I knew, okay, it's time. It was Wednesday. I booked the flight on Thursday. I said, I'm not coming to work on Friday. Went to Estonia. And so I guess I arrived there Saturday. And my sisters and I went to see him. When I learned that he's basically in the section of the hospital where people don't walk away. And all his, other members of the team there constantly kept, because he had already been there. I forgot, was it weeks or months or something? It was like really long time already. And we did energy healing just with my sister. My sister's like, well, we don't know what to do. I said, it doesn't matter. Just show up with me. We'll do it together. You don't have to know. The spirits know. This works much easier than we humans trying to put our brain behind it. And we did sessions for him from Saturday on. And on Tuesday or Wednesday, I asked the doctor, I said, what do we need to do to get my dad home? And she's looking at me as if I'm like, I have 3 heads, or I spoke in a different language or something. And I repeated the question. I said, what do we need to do to have my dad leave this hospital and come home? She said, well, that's not possible. Well, he would have to be able to use a bathroom on his own. He would need to, because he had all these things like pulling out liquids and everything. It's like, he would have to have these things removed. And I said, that's all I want. Thank you. And so we continued with the session, like the energy healing sessions daily to my dad. And my sisters and I were talking like, well, let's just decide we're going to take our dad home. They need to catch up with their stuff, but we're gonna decide to take our dad home. So next Monday, when his wife comes back, because he's not my mom, but stepmom, when she comes back from like skiing, then he can be there. And then my sister's like, well, unless Ingrid, you're not working, you're just only visiting. So unless you're willing to take dad on Saturday, we could have him home over the weekend. I said, yeah, sure, we can do that. And we're like, well, we can't do Saturday because the hospitals are gonna be closing. So we need to do it on Friday. So by that time when we decided, I think it was like Tuesday or Wednesday, right? And we, with my sisters, decided we're bringing him home. Everybody's dying around him. We don't want him here. And Thursday, my dad called us, said, how's it going? Could you pick me up? They're gonna release me tomorrow. I said, great, sure, we'll come pick you up on Friday. Monday, the whole country was shut down because of COVID.
Wow.
Nobody left or entered the hospital. So basically I was able to, not I, we, whatever, were able to bring my dad home to die at home. Because I think if we would have left him in the hospital, he would have died there by himself. I think till this day, I would have been crying, knowing that he died on his own. No one had access to him. But we were able to bring him home literally just Friday instead of Mondays, everything shut down. And I was able to be there with him for the, not when he died, because then I had to also decide, my daughter was in America, if we're stuck here, like I had to go out. But at least I had made peace with myself, saying that I was here for my dad when he really needed it. He doesn't need me at his funeral when, it's for the people, it's for the others. But I asked my dad, I said, Dad, I'm here, and I'm being honest with you. I am here to either heal you or have funeral clothes. What do you want to do? I said, Dad, do you know what you need to do? He said, yeah. I said, what? I need to let go. I said, let's do it. Can you let go? Because he had chosen, we choose our own circumstances, we choose our own things because of the guilt he felt inside when he left us. And all the things that he felt bad about, he felt he deserved the worst way of dying with cancer. And I said, can you let go? We're all forgiving you. We love you. He said, I can't. He could not let go. So there's only so much we can do as the healers, as everybody supports, but that person has their own journey to walk. And we can only be there for them as much as we can. But at least I was able to be that whenever he woke up in the middle of the night, he's like, oh my God, I'm in so much pain, I cannot sleep. I just put my hands on his head to do Reiki or whatever energy work. And I said, that's okay, Daddy. That's okay. And in the middle of the sentence, like, I'm so much pain that I can't go. Every time, like clockwork, he just fell asleep right in between my hands because he doesn't believe in this stuff. But it worked, and it was a better transition for him to pass. So like I said, the healing is so important because when we heal from inside, we get to be happier. When we heal those issues from the past that have been put onto us, like I'm giving my own example, going from not wanting to live to the point like, oh my God, life can be magical. Oh my God. But it's not like overnight thing. We are like onions or artichoke that has a heart in the center of it. And to heal, we need to take these layers off. Some of these layers are gonna make you cry. And some of these layers are just fine. But every time you go through another layer, you come to the more happiness, you come to more of your power. And when you raise your energy frequency with that as well, you see how you get to the happier place. So regarding the frequency, right? I used to be down here as a child already, as a 9-year-old, not wanting to live. Like a lot of the kids nowadays are doing suicides, do not want to live. However, raising the energy, doing the meditations, doing whatever it is, it brings you to a better place. And one good way to perhaps show you is like, Netflix, right? Or like Amazon, whatever the movie things, you get to choose the channel. Do I want to watch romance? Do I want to watch horror movies? Do I want to watch whatever? So the question is, which channel are you on right now? Because if you're on the channel of constant issues and troubles and life is hard, sure, you can get a glance of a romance movie clip in there. You can get some action. You can get some wonderful things. But if you're on that channel, that's all they play. That's all they play. This is all horror or this is all love story. So the question is, what channel are you currently in? What channel do you want to come up to? And that is your choice. And yes, it comes with healing. And yes, it comes with meditation and connecting with all the higher power. But if you come and you keep coming higher, little bit, the world around you changes. Because suddenly the magic that I'm talking about starts happening. Because you've changed your energy frequency. And suddenly it's like, oh my God, the people who are not good for me somehow disappeared from my life. Either they got fired or somehow these friends now, like they hate me. But you know what, that's okay. Because that is too low of an energy. I'm in a different place now. And then suddenly you're like, this never happens. Like that makes no sense. And those things start happening as you keep coming higher in your frequency, as you keep healing yourself, and everything gets lighter and everything gets happier and everything just becomes more magical. And so this is what I want to tell you, that if you do this work, like I'm going to heal myself, be it for my daughter or be it forever. And I do want to mention, like my mom said, oh, well, you know, how much life do I have left to live here? Like, what's my purpose, right? Well, I said, Mom, now is the perfect time for you because you don't have to go to work. Heal yourself. If not for yourself, for me, for my sisters, for our children. Because when she heals something, it carries on to your children and your grandchildren. Why do all these kids have suicides? They have so much to carry. They just freaking started their life and they have to carry all the crap that their parents have not dealt with, and all piles up. And they're like 12 years old, like, I can't handle this. You're freaking 12 years old. You haven't even had a chance to live your life, but they have to carry all this stuff that their previous generations didn't deal with. And I really got to feel that when I had something happen. And my mom finally decided to confess something that she's been keeping as a secret for 50 years. Wow. And guess what? Something that she kept as a secret. She told me not to share, so I'll honor that. I'm not going into detail. But because she did not address it, my sister and I were hit with something much worse than what she almost experienced. And now this is the reason I am healing myself and also going a little bit backwards for my mom and anyone who touches my life. I just want to make everybody a little bit in a better place. So it's like a ripple effect, right? Like why I'm saying that you had a chance to heal everybody. Simple things, it doesn't need to be big, right? You go to Starbucks, you go to a grocery store, and that person can be just in the worst service ever, bitchy and complaining and maybe rude. This is your opportunity to choose. Will I reflect what they have? Or do I take a step back and I say, you know what? They probably have had a really bad day. They might be on the border that they're going to go home from work and they're going to kill themselves. We don't know. And this is your place where you can say, but what if I turn it around? What if they were so rude to me? And why are they rude? Not because of you, because it's what they have going on in their lives. And if for a second you can just put the screens like, wait, it's not about me. Whatever they're doing, it's what's going on in their life. But if you can have that compassion and you can just say, I'm so sorry you're having a hard day. Like the other day, someone like in Safeway, like she's like, oh my God, I'm so cold. I'm like, how many more hours do you have at work? She's like, oh, I just started. I went to Starbucks, bought her hot tea. You know, it's like just so she can, these little things that we can do. And what does that do? That person just started her day, right? How many people is she going to see that day? How many customers? If she's going to be the pissed off, the angry person, every single people who walks in here is going to get that. They're going to go home and they're going to be, they don't even know why, but they're just pissed off too. And then they're going to take that home to their families. So imagine how many people that one person there who works affects just that one person who went through their registration. But these people take it to their homes and it just goes on and on. Or you are in power to change this and understand it's their place, but I can shift it. I can change it. And this is the way you feel better about yourself too. And you can heal them and create so much beautiful in this world. And so regarding the finding the purpose, like I said, it wasn't until I realized, oh, if there's a soul and I'm just a human body trying to experience, my soul wants to experience these lessons, good and bad, then I will help it. But by having this, by kind of realizing that, well, what's the point in this world? Then I realized that when I combine the healing, bringing my energy up, and finding a purpose that maybe I do have something to give, you know? In Estonia, there was a saying back in Soviet times, like, kids only talk when chicken pees. Everybody knows that in Estonia. But chicken doesn't pee. It got like poof. It's just one thing. So that means kids never speak. Shut up. We don't want to hear from you. You have no say. And so my whole life, I've been trying to keep it quiet and not share. So for me to be in front of you guys right now to share is my curve from learning coming to this point where, you know what? If it's not Ingrid who's here in a physical body, but it's a soul that has something bigger planned and I'm just the tool to do this, then I can do it from that point, not as me, as Ingrid. And then, let's see, where are we on time? I just want to know. Do you have time? Oh, now comes the scary part to me, in the sense of, like I said, if I have enough time, what do we want to do with demo? And of course, being in the freaking, like, I didn't know they're filming, we're doing this stuff, I'm like, Ingrid, you can't do that. What if it doesn't work? What if it, but I'm curious, just because it seems like we would have time. Or let me just then, let me just see real quick. I guess one of the other things I wanted to mention is, like, so if we want to do the demo, well, I'll ask you in a second. So what else is possible, right? It is these things that when we heal and we do this work, and whoever you choose to heal yourself with, like I said, the SoulSearch is full of so many people. And if you go on this journey and then you raise your frequency and you find your purpose, this is where the life comes to really enjoyable time. But the things that are possible, when I'm just thinking what I've done with people who I've done sessions with and everything, is like somebody's like, oh, well, after I healed this, I lost 10 kilograms. Or it's like, oh, when we did this, now I got peace because of, I connected with my brother who passed. Like, she blamed herself in a car accident because her 7-year-old brother died on the spot. And we couldn't touch this for years and years and years. And finally she was ready, and we realized, oh, we didn't have to go to this awful place of a car accident, because now we're able to, like, channeling the spirit of her brother, and it was funny and we cried and it was lovely and all those things. So there's so many things that are possible. And if you remember the family I told you earlier about who took me in, for years they could not have kids. And the power of gratitude that I would also suggest you bring to your everyday life. I had so much gratitude towards this family who took me in. And I put my wishes out to the universe to repay them much more than they did for me if I could. And be coincidence or be whatever, they now have 3 kids. Wow. Yeah. So these are the moments, these are the things that can be possible. Or like another person who they snipped their bicep. Literally, I had never seen anything like it. Like moving here, and then they had to do a surgery and the doctor. And so we did like in-person and remote energy healing. And the doctor's like, this is not possible. How come you're healing so fast? So these are all these, like, how do you explain this? You know, often where it's like doctors can't explain, but it's like, but something is wrong. You know, like something's not working. So these are often the times where something emotional or something from the past or something from you, you know, is stuck in your body, and you need to do the energy cleaning and everything. So here is a question. Do I dare? Do we dare? Are you guys interested in doing it? Yeah. Do it. Okay, do it. Fine. I'm afraid, of course, but I'm gonna then, I said, whatever comes, we'll do it. And so what I thought, well, there's a few things. If we do a demo, we all agree, right, that this is confidential. I'm just realizing with this here. So I guess with the person, they would have to be okay with the fact that it's being filmed. And all of them, and I can walk you through during the session, I guess, what my process is. But I'll give you a little bit now, because if it kind of takes over, I don't want to then like stop and start explaining in the middle. So briefly, I've been a massage therapist, like you heard. I've done energy healing and all those things. But after my dad passed, and soon there's going to be awesome Jared the Medium coming up afterwards as well. I did a session with him as well, and he actually told me that, oh yeah, your dad. Remember I told you my dad passed away? And my dad was communicating, he wants to support me in this journey. He wants to be there for me. And I said, yeah, because you know what? After he passed is when I started to like talk to the dead people or whatever. And this is another thing really important for all the people who are doing this kind of work or thinking of getting there. I want you to know we have free will, right? But we also can do boundaries. So initially when I learned that, holy crap, and then what Jared was saying, yeah, your dad is taking credit for that. The fact that you can now, talk to the spirits and all this stuff, he's taking credit for that. And he's amazing. I just love it. Love him. And where was I with the thought? Of course, I lost my thought with this now. But the channeling and seeing. So what happens doing, and it kind of started when I first did massages and energy healing and everything. I started to see like, I see movies, and I couldn't really figure out what they are. But now I realize what often happens is, because it's your spirit who's communicating, who's sending me what I see as movies. Kind of like if I tell you like, oh, can you think of your home, or can you think of your child, or whatever, you can picture them in your mind. So this is how the movies kind of come in for me. And what I've seen is, either you can ask a specific question saying, hey, this is where I would like clarity, or this is what I want. Then we can watch a movie on this. But even if you don't ask it, but you think of it, I've noticed that the spirit throws in that information anyway. And then later like, oh, that's what I was thinking about. And I'm like, okay, well, great, But to me, it's not just the, oh, let's get the information, which now though I have learned that it's actually good to have this information sometimes for healing and everything. Just to know. But to me, it is more of, what can we do this information? What can we do with that information? How can we heal you? So this is where then my experience of doing all these different modalities, massages, energy, and whatnot come into play is, I'm taking my own personal finger human experience, but it is still guided with a person's spirit. So I see where I need to touch, what I need to do, what movements I need to do. I don't know why, I just do them. And some of them I've now come to understand. But often, like recently I did, for my niece, I did a session and I had matches right next to me. I'm like, why am I looking at matches? And I'm taking out the match and I'm burning it between her fingers and I'm burning it between her. I'm like, what is this? I've never done this before. And then later I go Google, I'm like, what was that? I'm like, oh, apparently again, it's a thing for manifestation back in the whatever days. So often I learn when I do this. I learn from the spirits. I learn for whatever comes, because some of the stuff I have now learned to know. The same way I didn't go to learn Reiki because I want to learn Reiki. It's more like I wanted to understand, why am I doing this? So when I got to, and their teacher's like, okay, we did the session, and then we practice for a year. And we do that, 3 levels that I've gone to. And when we get to the third one, it's like, now we're going to teach you this advanced way of remote healing. I'm like, oh, I did that with my dad, whatever, years ago. Because intuitively, if you just trust yourself and you get your head out of the way that, oh, I just made this up. I don't know what it is. Trust it. The more you come inside, the more we can do. So we have limited time. So let's do this. So now we have to show the spirit. We have limited time. So we have 10 minutes. Do we have someone who wants to come up and just to experience, and knowing that 2 of you kind of, I'm gonna do crazy just because we both put up. I have no idea where this goes, never done it. Can I have both of you actually come up? Because I don't know if this means that you guys have like a same, like something that resonates with you, like something. So do you want to sit maybe? We'll just pull these so you can get comfortable here. And they're gonna have no idea what I'm doing. I haven't done two people like this before, but I just need to put my ego to the side. I just need to I'm gonna trust this whatever happens. So usually I would start watching movies, but right now, the movie, because I think this is two of you, I guess it's hard to watch two movies to both of you. Immediately what I see is I'm touching, I'm going here. I don't know why, I don't know what. Are you okay? I'm sorry, are you okay with me touching you? Okay. Yeah. So I see a link, like they have on that email stuff, there's the link, is an attachment or whatever. So I don't know if that means that because between you, there's a link of a similar subject or a similar something. And it's showing me now the whole chain, like the chains that are, and the boats and stuff that needs to be changed. But it's showing me this, it's showing me like this, like it's like even if it means strong, or does that mean this resonate with you guys? Yes. What does that mean if you don't mind sharing so people understand too? I don't know what this is.
About 8-9 years ago, we were together for 12 years. Now we're best of friends.
We're just super close.
Okay.
And we don't understand it either. It just
Past lives, past lives. So what I'm hearing is it just says past lives, past lives, past lives. So the question is, why do you guys want to volunteer? So can we because we had limited time, can we ask the spirit immediately? What do you guys want out of it? Let's ask if we can get this to maximize your time here.
I'm in the middle of transition into a higher self. I know this. I just would like more information on it so I can really embrace what I'm doing.
So there's do more of it, do more of it, do more of it, do more of it. We're just repeating. Any other questions here? Or when they're like, you got this, you got this. It's like, it's like, you got this.
I'm complete. Thank you. I needed to hear that.
Okay, you got this.
Yes.
Yeah, just whatever I said before was already forgotten. And then like, you got this.
Yes.
Yeah. And they're showing
yeah.
You got it.
I'm chilling all over. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Are you good for that?
I'm very good. I just didn't plan on being in front of everybody. I just really wanted, when you said yes, I just went up.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. Can I ask you the same? Just like a time crunch? Is there anything that comes up for you that you want to know?
I'm also major transition physically. Moved back here and looking for work, and I'm an animal reader, animal intuitive, and don't want a 9-to-5 anymore.
It's something to show me this. So let's just go where this goes.
Yeah.
I don't know yet what it is.
Yeah.
But it's show me kind of like going higher above and then looking down from it. And I don't know yet who that is looking down, but looking down and kind of like searching, kind of like, okay, is this what I want?
Yeah.
And so is that you?
Yes.
Because you're looking down. And then you're looking down like this. And you're looking down to this. And then you're really zoning into it. It's like, okay, this is curious. It's almost like you're picking up the book and you're going to go like,
sounds about right.
Throw this over your shoulder, that wasn't it. And then it's like, okay, you have a whole wall full of books and stuff and everything. You're kind of thinking about it, and you kind of know though. You're kind of like, out of this whole bookcase of everything, there's this one, and there's this one, and there's potentially this one. So these are angels. So you're taking all those things, but you're gonna kind of go through, you're doing a little bit of research on this one.
Yeah.
And then she's pointing at you.
Yeah, I'm wondering about
She's
work
like,
between us, or
come with me. So now you guys are looking at these books together. You're like, we're gonna narrow it down. You're ripping out the pages from specific books. So you guys narrowed it down, but you definitely said, hey, I need you to come and narrow this down. Now you have narrowed it down. You have certain pages. You're highlighting something very specific. Let's see where that goes. And then you're like, light bulb pipelining each other. It's like, yes, we got it. We figured it out. And he's telling me right now, stop. You don't need to do more. Give them the pleasure of enjoying the journey. There's so much joy. But you got the, I got this and all those things. So thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, my pleasure. Let's do the energy clean. Let's do the energy clean. Just stay here for a little bit. Just stay here for a little bit. We're gonna pull, everybody can do the same for yourself. We're gonna pull the energy from the universe. We're gonna cleanse everything. Everything washes like a shower through your body, all the way through your organs, everything. It's gonna go into the mother earth, where it just takes it in because it's the fertilizer. And it goes all the way in and it grounds you, and you get the support, and just trust. Go into your heart, go into your heart. You trust yourself. You are amazing, you are powerful, and that is for every one of you guys. You are so powerful, you just need to believe in yourself, you just need to follow what's calling, and cut out the people who are not supporting you. That is okay to do as well. Yes, cut them out, and you go to the places like this, you go to the people like your friend, whoever needs this, okay, who are supporting you, because this is your journey. This is one life here, and this is what you need to do. And it's going to be so good for you.
I don't take this lightly. Thank you. I don't know her. She's amazing. Didn't expect this.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't know where we are in time. I guess we have a little bit of time. And I did want to leave you guys a present, every single one of you. And here's the present. How many of you hear yourself talking to yourself right now? Why is she not talking, right? Where is someone's like, oh, like jumping to the future. What's the present? I wonder what that is. Is it something edible? Can we get like a discount? Like, what is that? Someone's going to the past. Well, that's a big baloney, this whole thing. Like, I've experienced this before. Like, this is crazy. Who has these thoughts in your mind right now? Or should I say, who was able to be completely quiet and present? Excellent. Excellent. For the ones who weren't, I have lollipops right now. I have lollipops, and I'll tell you why. When my daughter, like when I just realized that we have this freaking voice in our head and over, and it doesn't say good things, right? Because we have like 90% is all negative. That was it, 80% is all negative, and 95% is constantly repetitive. So can you imagine the negative crap that's going through our mind? And I created this for my daughter and other kids that will become relevant. It's annoying emoji, so I call it emoji. And I said, you know what? If we could just, when we hear this thing in our head, we just shove a lollipop in his mouth so it will get quiet. To which my sister said, oh, I need 40 years of these lollipops, you know? And the idea came from my daughter when she said, oh, when we did a 5-year at school, they gave all the kids lollipops so we wouldn't talk. Because it's like, what if there's a bad guy? I'm like, lollipops for this? I'm like, okay, this is it. I like that. Give the freaking thing in your head that keeps doing these repetitive things. Put a lollipop in his mouth because it's sweet, and say you're not allowed to talk till what you're seeing is sweeter, like this lollipop, right? So that's not it. So my present, who needs a lollipop to make it sweeter? Who wasn't in the present? Who wasn't in the present? Who wasn't in the present? Who is? Use your colors. But do my helping me to give these to the people who need a lollipop to talk to their annoying emoji to make the thought sweeter. And so let me see my present. Okay, so my present to you is, if you can put your hands like this. Everything is energy, right? I am giving a present to every single one of you, every single person. This amazing present. Everybody, I want to see everybody in this room. Everybody gets a present. So you can be in the present, because if you're in the present, this is when we connect with our inner selves, where we have all the answers. We know what we need to do, so you don't have to listen to these negative things. So if you're not in your past of like, oh, but it was this way, And if we don't go into the future, like I was so petrified to come here today, I thought I'd throw up before I showed up here. If we don't go to the fears of this, the present is, if you're in the present, you're in such an amazing place. And if you can be in the present, and if you raise your energy frequency, and if you then know you follow what you need to do, the life becomes magical. You are happier, you become healthier, and life just starts happening not to you, but for you. So thank you so much, everybody, for your time. I really appreciate it.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and AJ Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the Guides.
And you guys can actually send in your questions before the class or even during the class. And then John will, obviously probably will answer all of the questions live, but he will be, communicating and answering your questions. So this will be a great opportunity for you guys to dive in, do a 6-week class with John Gray. It's going to be online starting Wednesday, August 14th. So if you guys are interested, all the information is right there on the postcard. You can come and ask us questions in advance afterwards. And, we can help you guys get signed up. But without further ado, so Barbara, are we live? Yes. Okay. All right. Wonderful. So welcome everyone to the SoulSearch Burlingame Enlightenment Expo. I'm Tangela. I'm the founder of SoulSearch. And welcome to our event today. We hope you've had a great experience. We're here to support everyone on their awakening journey. And we do that by helping you connect to practitioners, teachers, guides, courses, and community. We host these live events every month. We'll be back in Dublin next week, so definitely come join us there if you're available. And we also have SoulSearch TV, where we have all types of conscious content programming, and John's class is actually going to be on SoulSearch TV, so you'll be able to join on there and also watch the replays. So John Gray is the famous author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, and he is the #1 trusted relationship expert and has a lot of amazing practices, tips, and tools for all of us on how we can grow and transform ourselves and our relationships. And so, John, thank you for being here today. Welcome. And John is going to be speaking about romance and love and longevity in the modern world. So thanks, John, for being here. And we have all of your, class and different biohacking tools.
So, I've been into relationships, teaching about relationships with Minute from Mars was kind of my big breakthrough book. I've written over 28 books. A variety of subjects on personal growth. That's my dedication in life, is to grow my consciousness, my happiness, my success. A cute little dog. Nice. Thanks everybody who's joining me online. Happy to see you. Letting people come in. Did you want to say something?
No,
Just gonna give you a mic.
I'm
That'd be
good.
good. Good.
There we go.
Okay, well, you know, it seems like there's so many comedians now that make good jokes about their husband or wife or so forth. And when I hear it, I just hear men from Mars, women from Venus over and over and over. So, when I started teaching those ideas, I was a meditation teacher for 9 years. I was a celibate monk. And then I ended up getting a certain level of my enlightenment. I kind of think enlightenment is just an ongoing process of expanding out and feeling more one with everybody and helping the world. That journey was very fulfilling for me. I'm just wondering how many people learned transcendental meditation back in the 70s or 80s or 90s or recently. Anybody here learn that? Okay. It used to be everybody back in those days. It was all over the place. And I'm very grateful to my teacher, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi from India. And that was my 20s. As a teenager, I was rock and roll, LSD and all that. And you could get high, but you would crash. And now the Beatles, that was my generation, that said, oh, you can get high without crashing if you learn meditation. So that was our invitation to meditation for a whole generation of people that wanted to experience the expanding consciousness that was available at the time, which continues to expand. And so I went off to do that. As a celibate monk, I learned how to be completely self-sufficient in my happiness. And that provided a foundation for my successful relationship after that. I think that, you know, it's a cliche now, if you want a successful relationship, to love yourself. And if there's a preparation there to feel good about yourself, I use the phrase, certainly loving yourself is a good thing. I remember once I taught a class on that, invited a relative to that. My first book was What You Feel You Can Heal, Learning to Love Yourself. And he said, well, we don't actually think about loving yourself, because he had a different interpretation of loving yourself. I had to explain just, I mean, self-esteem wasn't this big word in those days. So I really had an amazing time learning meditation. I still meditate every day. I just spend an hour meditating in my car. It's a really fun practice for me. It's the foundation of my work, because what I learned through meditation, and now there's so many different practices, so many different approaches that people have now. And when they're successful, what you learn, which is a very important skill in life, come on in, welcome everybody. What you learn is, regardless of circumstances, things can stress us out, things can bother us, things can make us depressed or anxious for a moment or whatever. Do we have a tool in our life where we know we can come back to our soul, which is Allah, this is the soul search, which is why I like coming here. Do we have a tool that can come back to the soul side of us, which I see in one of my little grandchildren right now. I have 5 grandchildren. The last is a year and a half. And you see this little being who is full of just everything is wonder. Everything is amazing. Everything is in technicolor. This child, I don't hear the bird and show me, and they go, oh, look, you know, she'll flap her hands, bird, she'll see this. She just takes in so much. And part of what we have to know is, interesting thing about brain development. For the first couple of years after the womb, our brains are hugely bigger inside, and they shrink for a few years. Now, what's that shrinkage? The brain adapts. Whatever parts of the brain are necessary to get love and food and safety, those parts of the brain are left. And the parts of the brain that are not necessary to get love and safety, they sort of go away. It's very interesting. You know, we're all, this brain is, it's so amazing as human beings. We're like, you can look at, I don't know, I've never said this before, like trees. You know, when you see the beauty and the majesty of a tree, how if you look down on a tree, you would see that every leaf is perfectly placed to get the maximum amount of sunlight. It just evolved that way. And this is the intelligence, which we often call the unconscious, which digests our food. If I get a cut on my hand, within days it's healed. You know, this is the world we live in. It's a miracle. And yet we take it for granted, just like I had some guests coming up from LA. I just taught a 3-day class just finished today in Mill Valley, Corte Madera. And they're staying at my house. And, you know, Mill Valley, who's been to Mill Valley? Just curious. You know, this is a really beautiful place. The trees, the redwood trees, they're just gigantic. But after you live there, a lot of people, me included, take it for granted. You know, it's just there. And even my home, which is surrounded kind of like a tree house on a big hill, it's surrounded by trees, and yet you don't see it. But then suddenly my friends come and they're in awe. You know, they're LA. You know, I used to live in LA. I moved up here because I did not want concrete city. My wife said, we need trees. And I said, there are trees, honey. Look, there's one there, one there, one there. But there was ocean, and that was a good thing for sure. So we moved up there, and I'm just saying that beauty is spectacular when you first experience it. And then we get used to it. We take it for granted. Then my friends come and they look at it through, I get to see my house, I get to see my neighborhood through their eyes, and I'm once again in awe and wonder. Because we tend to take things for granted. And in relationships, you fall in love with someone, making love, you're just in awe of your partner, how beautiful they are, amazing they are, how supportive they are. Our heart just opens, and then we start to take them for granted. So part of what I'll be talking about today is ways that we don't take our partners for granted. And another example in my marriage with Bonnie. Now, Bonnie, I'm in my 3rd marriage now. My first wife is Barbara. And she was the result of being rejected by Bonnie. I eventually convinced Bonnie to marry me. But when I was with Bonnie, I didn't want to have children. She wanted to have children. When I was with Barbara, Barbara didn't want to have children. So that all worked out good. Barbara and I were married a couple of years. You have to realize I'd been a monk for 9 years, so I didn't have a job. And I stayed at her house. And Bonnie wisely wanted a man who had a job and who wanted children, although we loved each other so much. Barbara didn't want to have children. I didn't want to have children. And then I started making money. Within 2 years, I'm a good teacher. And I was teaching then about, not meditation, I was teaching about what was interesting to me then, which was sex. I got a PhD in sexual counseling, just because what do you become interested in when you've been a celibate for 9 years? So that was really fun for me. And so part of meeting Barbara, meeting Bonnie, and a few other women, Catherine and so forth, when I came out, I the whole world was in polyamory and, be free love and so forth, all freedom and so forth. So I was traveling around. I was a bit of a celebrity because in the TM movement, I was kind of on all the posters with Maharishi. He had me on with my brain chemistry. I was very dedicated, a high-performing meditator, which could be evidenced through the brain scans. And this was like 1970. It was like the beginning of doing all this research of the benefits of meditation. So, how many people meditate? Fantastic. This is such an important practice. I do with Tangela, I just want you to know there's a form of meditation that I teach. It's no longer TM, but people do TM. I think it's really good. It carried me quite up to it. TM brought me to a place, a stage of enlightenment, many levels of enlightenment, to the one where you just feel unbounded, unlimited. You're just beyond the horizon. It's a spacious, amazing experience. So I was like, this is enlightenment. And it is. There's different kinds of enlightenment. And my brother's a Tibetan monk. I would say Hindu monk, Maharishi. And I came back just like everything was God. I would feel this is another kind of a crazy state of enlightenment where you realize that everybody's God, although everybody really is God. But you walk around going, they're God, and they just don't know it. The whole thing is about grounding. And a lot of the Christian literature, in my background, as you achieve certain onenesses with the divine, and quite often you then experience the dark night of the soul. And that's part of my message as well, is when you go really high, then what happens is the light shines on everything you suppressed or repressed to get so high. Anyone familiar with that concept? So enlightenment is not always as rosy as people think. And there's another enlightenment, which is as you bring that awareness, which is your soul, you connect with your soul, you connect with the same thing I see in my little granddaughter, just full of beauty and grace and just wandering around. And my daughter's using a different kind of parenting. I have written a book on parenting that I thought was the best book, but she's now read a book which is better than mine. But if you want to know what you missed out on childhood, which is called Children Are From Heaven, that's my book. And it's really all about how the outcome of it is for parents to know how to communicate with their children without having to punish them, but to manage them. I had the fortunate experience of being raised without punishment. My mother's highly spiritual. She had the biggest, not that she tried to have the biggest, but it was the biggest esoteric bookstore in Houston, Texas. She had such a library. I mean, I started yoga at 2 years old, 3 years old. Our family did yoga together. We meditated. So she had such an esoteric library that when all the children she had 7 children, and she was in grace all her life. That does exist, which was amazing. I thought that's how all women were, and then when I stopped being a monk, I discovered some women need help, and I could provide. And I guess what encouraged me is to know, first of all, how it can be, because I had a mother who was an expression of that, but I also discovered in my own self, my soul. So when things start to upset me or bother me, I have a tool where I can let go of all stress. Just let it go. I can go meditate, which was hard for after I ended with Barbara. Barbara decided that she knew I wanted a child once I started making a lot of money. Then she basically, I think that was part of it. She told me that we really weren't going to go anywhere because I really wanted that. We had good conversations, but she fell in love with another guy, and I wished him well. My heart was broken, and I was teaching a class called Making Love Work, and now I was out of a job. I could not stand in front of an audience if I did not have a successful relationship. That's for me. And also, I didn't have a job, so I was on my male side, broke again after making money. My female side, my heartfelt side, my romantic side, I was rejected. So I was devastated. That's where I really had to begin applying a lot of the healing techniques that I was developing and teaching around the country, healing the emotion techniques. So my experience, my first talk I gave on developing your full mental potential in life through transcendental meditation. I was 18 years old, looked like I was 12. I mean, I'm in my 70s, but hopefully I look a little younger than that, or whatever, I don't care. But I do look younger. People go, you're in your 70s? Yes, I'm in my 70s. So I gave this class in front of a small audience and on transcendental meditation, my first talk. For 2 days, I was so anxious. I had extreme anxiety. And when I stood in front of the audience to have my memorized talk that I practiced in the mirror and I had, all that, I saw the audience, my knees, and I had horrible anxiety before. It was like, do I really want to do this? Yes. My knees began to shake. Literally, I've never had since, but the kneecaps are going like this. The room begins to spin, and I'm on the floor. If you've ever seen a person faint, they look like they died. Their face turns white. I was on the ground. And of course, I woke up or whatever. And after that, I wanted to be a teacher of meditation. I really did. But I thought maybe this isn't the right thing for me because it would produce so much anxiety. Then I read an article with John Lennon, because that's my generation, and the magazine. And they asked him, why did the Beatles stop touring? What most people don't know about the Beatles, which at that time was the most famous rock and roll band in the world. And wherever they showed up, women were just screaming everywhere. My wife, Bonnie, informed me that they were having orgasms, just didn't know it. I was actually at that concert. I remember saying, I'd seen it on Ed Sullivan, all the women screaming like that, fainting. Well, they were doing that there in this big Coliseum at that time. And my aunt got me tickets and I was there. And I remember as a guy going, I'm not going to get up and scream. Well, as soon as the Beatles came out, I was up. I went with the group. We're all screaming. You couldn't even hear the concert. You really couldn't hear. Just a little music in the background. The whole concert was screaming and everything. But what I asked, what the interview said was, the interviewer said, why did the Beatles only tour for 3 years? What most people don't realize, just 3 years, and they had such an impact in the whole world. It was amazing. They didn't have internet, it's just the records going out and some TV shows. Well, what John Lennon said is we all stopped because we had too much anxiety before the performance. And I say that because a lot of us are searching for our soul, wanting to change our lives, express our authenticity in the world. And we grow up in a kind of a comfort zone of the way our society says we should be. And then you decide, I'm going to reach out and express more of my potential. As soon as you step out of that comfort zone, quite often you will feel anxiousness. Many people then go back in. Fear comes and gets them. But that interview was so helpful to me because I started to think maybe becoming a meditation teacher was the wrong path for me because it brought up so much anxiety. And I went through that anxiety, and then I became this monk thinking that my anxiety would go away. And it certainly did go away as long as I was not teaching classes to the public. So I could be a recluse and I could be completely free of anxiety. And when I came out into the world to teach my own ideas, which was now I was traveling around having sex with all the women, what I did, because I'd been a monk, I told them, look, I haven't had much sex since I was a teenager. Would you teach me about your body? So I started learning how women's bodies and their preferences in sex were different from what I enjoyed. So it's very clear to me, why did you focus on differences between men and women? Because I'd say 90% of men that I've ever counseled, and I've done thousands, over 50 years of doing this, 40 years of the actual sexual counseling and relationship counseling, is men know very little about a woman's body. And if you tell them, they forget. That's extremely common. And of course, I see a lot of women here, so you probably know. And some women don't know their bodies. There's a place where nobody taught you all the secrets of your vagina, and your clitoris, and your breasts, and your nipples, and all those things. How all of that produces different zones of your vagina, different zones of your body. Actually, when sexual stimulation actually awaken and heal different organs in your body. And even when making love, there's certain positions that actually heal certain conditions. This is all Taoist philosophy that I learned as well, besides the tantric understanding, the Chinese, all this stuff. This is my last 40 years mastering all that stuff. So I had a great marriage, and I feel that when you can have a marriage and making love in the bedroom is conscious and has knowledge associated with it, you can do something for women that makes you love you all the time. If you don't do that, it's very hard for women to love you all the time. In their mind, they love you, but inside their mind, it's very busy remembering all your mistakes. This is women. There was one of the differences between men and women is that Harvard did a study on this one. I have so many, literally hundreds of studies showing differences between men and women. But this is one fun one. They sat women down and they sat men down. They put those scans, these head scans to measure their brain activity. And so the women sat down and they said, okay, they saw in the scan what's going on in your brain. They said, relax, just sit here and relax. And what they found is when they said relax, all of the women's consistently, their brain activity would speed up. So they're sitting there doing this study, doing nothing, but just sitting there doing the study, and their brain activity speeds up. Now, many women probably can wonder what the answer to this question is when they said, so what are you thinking about? And the women would say something along this lines, I'm thinking about all the things I should be doing that I'm not doing because I'm sitting here in this experiment. That's called busy brain. And which is why, as a student in India, where I've lived in India many, many times, I wander around and I say, to women, do you meditate? And they say, oh, too difficult. Because they think you have to empty your brain, stop thinking. So, and you ask, and if you look at the more ancient tradition, maybe 95% of the people they taught meditation to was men. Because let's look at the Harvard study of men. So they sat men down, put the same thing on their brain, they said relax, and they found that brain activity dramatically reduced. And then they said to the men, oh, well, what are you thinking? And what did the men say? Nothing. Every married woman knows that this is what a man will say typically when he's sitting there. You kind of go, what are you thinking? Now, I had an experiment before I heard about that study, and a little bit of my history. But Barbara went off to marry another guy, then she came out as a spiritual teacher, but she is a very wonderful spiritual person. For me, that was devastating for me. I did 9 months of healing where I have a specific emotional processing technique that I developed out of necessity because my heart was totally broken. And as the outcome of that 9 months is my anxiety has never been there again. It was so fantastic. I'm a big fan of learning how to emotionally process what's inside of you. Meditation did not take that away from me, but meditation did. As long as I'm not confronting problems in the world, having to do new and different things, then I don't have anxiety and I can just go and meditate. But when you challenge yourself to go out and interact with people, a lot of people have fear of public speaking. It just comes up. I was one of those people. And in 9 months, having my heart broken, I was able to process my feelings so that all that anxiety went away. And this is where I became a real fan of a good therapist. I'm a good therapist as well, but there's a lot of good therapists, different therapy situations where people learn how to process negative emotions. And I just spent a whole 3-day class teaching the whole audience how to process negative emotions, which means that you discover through your experience that when you're upset, anytime you're upset, how many people have ever been upset? A little audience participation here. When you're upset, this is the belief system that I teach. 90% of what's upsetting you is something that's not yet resolved in your past. 10% is right now. For example, and this happens to be something that happens about every 7 years for me. Saturn, those of you who understand astrology, tends to move in a certain quadrant. I have pretty much the same thing that happens. Dramatic upset. In this case, well, that would have been one when I found out my wife having an affair. And I'm teaching, right while I'm teaching a class on making love work. That was a shocking thing. And then, but at these 7-year cycles, certainly planets are changing all the time, but Saturn tends to move in 7-year cycles. And this was a 7-year cycle. The last 7-year cycle for me is my wife, Bonnie, who was happily married to for 34 years, who is a big center of my book, Men from Mars, Women from Venus, my most successful book of all, understanding how men and women are different in a playful, positive way with some very practical insights, which is caught up with over how many books we sold now, keeping the number more realistic. In terms of my royalties, 50 million books. In terms of the royalties I get. But I know that my 45 countries are not really giving me all the royalties. And I know all the libraries of the world, more and more people read it. So I think a lot more people have read it and loved it and shared it with other people. It's not for everybody. It's definitely not for everybody. Particularly when people have children or they get married, then they start seeing these challenges come up. And that book helps. I'm going to talk about a few of those. You can find all of them in that book. And I want my most recent one on this, not here. Here it is. This is another one called, there's the Men from Mars, and then there's Beyond Mars and Venus. Because if you're not in more of a traditional relationship where the man makes more money and you want to have children, you know, if a man makes more money and supports you and you're having children, boy, Men from Mars, you're going to feel like I'm following you around all the time. Are you under our bed hearing our conversations? Because it's almost predictable. Certain common misinterpretations men will have about women, women will have about men, which then causes them to behave in ways that we think are smart, but not. Can only make it worse. One of the most common examples in that was very popular for men would always stop me in the airport. They still do. This is almost, 25, 27 years later. Still, wherever I go, like I was just at the restaurant in Mill Valley, somebody said, John Gray. I said, yes. I read that book. I was really thinking about leaving my wife. I turned everything around. Next day, somewhere else in Mill Valley. It just happens wherever I go. There's some guy that will come up to me and said, that sure made sense. Occasionally in the airports, what happens is there's always somebody that comes up and says, it's usually the man, women are respectful of your space. They kind of, when Bonnie was alive and I used to travel, she'd walk behind and she'd see everybody go, that's him, that's him, that's him. But they had little conversations. I don't look exactly the same now, so it's kind of like a little mystery. But is that him? So the men will come up, and this is a very routine thing. They'll say, we read your book, we were divorced. We read your book, we were separated. We started dating again, and we're back together. Thank you for helping us save our family. It's very profound. Not that every couple gets that experience, but sometimes, because we don't understand how men and women are different in a positive way, we start to think we're just too different to ever get what we want, just too different to get what we need. And it's not so much that, when of course my thing is that not we're too different, generally speaking, we don't know what each other needs in a language and with an awareness. So here's an example. One that men will always say, man, changed my marriage. I said, well, what did I say? What did you read? That thing about women need to talk. I just didn't get it. I thought something was wrong with my wife. We could just talk, and then we'd argue, always argue. Then I read your book and explained what's going on when she's talking and how you miss all I need to do is nod my head and do my best to empathize and listen, and she'll talk herself in a circle. From everything's terrible to everything's good. All I have to do is just be patient. That was it. And just ask questions. Never give answers. Even though they'll say things, well, why'd you do that? Well, tell me more. Now, later on, in this book, Beyond Mars and Venus, this is now 25 years later, I give the answer. Instead of women are from Venus, that's just what they do, we're different. In that book, I explain the difference in terms of biology, which was very timely, because if you remember the Supreme Court Justice asked her, what is a woman? She said, you have to have a biologist. Well, I'm not a biologist, but I've studied biology for 30 years about men and women's biology. And I've read hundreds of studies on this whole thing, and I've taught it all in different books, and books on this and this and this. Well, this one is, why it's Beyond Mars and Venus is because women today are different than 30 years ago. Women today, 30 years ago, were more feminine, generally speaking. When you're more independent, and I have definitions for feminine and masculine that most people resonate with. Masculine side of us is the independent side of us. The part of us that really benefits a lot from relationship, not that men don't, and in certain ways men benefit way more. But there's a part of us that I'm going to say the word. I'm just going to offend some people, but the word is, whenever I'm independent, I'm coming from the energy of my masculine side. And whenever I'm dependent, I'm coming from the energy of my feminine side. But to a lot of women on their masculine side, to say I depend on someone is like bad news. So I'm saying it very delicately. And I give you an example of it. Right now, I'm dependent on you in order to give this talk. I'm dependent on me to say helpful things. So it's every interaction you have is independence and dependence. So and why do I label one as masculine and one as feminine? And people always come up to me, oh, you're going to talk about the divine masculine, the divine feminine? I go, what's different from masculine and divine masculine? Divine feminine is divine. This is the yin and the yang. This is who we are. If a man is coming from his masculine side, or a woman, what I call masculine is I measure it by your biology. When you're a man or you're a woman, certain hormones affect you differently. Women, whether you have babies or not, you have a body, a biology that's designed to make babies. Now, my first wife had endometriosis. She could never have a baby, but she still had, that was a sickness, a condition, however we're going to call it. But she had a biology that required certain hormones and a cycle of hormones every month that's changing every day. And what I mapped out here in this book, Beyond Mars and Venus, is every couple of days how her hormones change and the balance of hormones change. Major hormones in that are the hormone of estrogen, the hormone of testosterone, the hormone of progesterone, and the hormone of oxytocin. So there's a map that it took me like 3 years to figure this whole thing out. Women are complicated when it comes to hormones. And we all know that. Women are like chocolate, the most complicated. If you go to a taster of these people who develop flavors, chocolate is the most complex and vanilla is the most simple. Men are vanilla from man's point of view. Women think we're highly complicated because you don't understand us. But men, it's up or down. Testosterone goes up, we are feeling great. Testosterone goes down, we're not. That's the major contributing factor for men, ruled by testosterone. Now, if you look at just the simple stress charts, when does a woman experience elevated stress levels? When her estrogen levels start to drop and her testosterone levels start to go up. Say that again. It's real basic. This is like ABCs of male-female plumbing. When a woman is happy, her estrogen levels are 10 times higher than a happy man. Now, what does that tell me? Wow, if I could figure out what I could do to raise my wife's estrogen levels, I have a happier wife. But I have no idea how to do that because when my estrogen levels go up, I'm going to be angry. See, most people think anger is too much testosterone in a man. I was counseling a guy who'd been to San Quentin and is explaining that, all these criminals were most, in my experience teaching in San Quentin as well, they don't have fathers. They didn't learn how to be men. But he said, these are ultra masculine men. I say, no, they're not. Whether they know it or not, if you're angry and you're a man, or you're angry in a woman, guess what hormone is happening in your body? Estrogen. Estrogen is your emotions. Estrogen is your feelings. Estrogen is your intuition. Estrogen is your happiness. Estrogen is your love. Testosterone has nothing to do with if you just look at pure testosterone, it's detached. Now, if I have healthy testosterone, which I do at 70 years old, or 73 years old, my testosterone are 50% higher than when I was a young man. Your average male, it goes down 1% every year because they don't know how to use their relationships to stimulate more testosterone. And women don't know, or men don't know as well as women themselves, how to stimulate more estrogen. And so we find statistically, one of the things that stimulates estrogen in women is commitment. When a man is absolutely committed to you. Why is that? What does that do? Well, when you know a man's not wandering, cheating, looking at other women, feeling you are the number one person, you're safe. Safety is oxytocin. Oxytocin, which is just, I feel safe. Then when you feel safe, then you feel I can depend on someone. And when you feel I can depend on someone, then your estrogen levels go up. That's why relationships can be so powerful, is you have commitment, not polyamory, not one-night stands, not being alone, but you have somebody who's always committed to being there for you. So let's look at the data on married couples versus all various types of singles. The data is if you are married, you live longer than single people, over the board. Now then people will say to me, well, that must be the happy marriages. I don't know about the details of all of them, but they're measuring all of them. And if you're married and you live a long life with your marriage, you will stay healthier and longevity will increase. This talk is love, romance, and longevity. Longevity occurs. Who are the longest lived people? Married people. This is something to know. Everybody's into biohacking for your health and your awareness and whatever. And they go to the blue zones and all those places. Not only are the couples married, and even when somebody dies, they're still married to that partner. They still have their picture everywhere. They're in love with them. There's love. A different kind of love happens when you're in a committed relationship. And I prove that with biology. When a man has sex with a woman he's married to, after that, he produces a hormone called prolactin. Who's heard of that? Nobody. Very few people. If you look up prolactin, you'll see that people who have prolactin live longer and are healthier. The only way for a man to have prolactin, and it's with men, to have prolactin is to have sex with a woman he's committed to. If he has sex with a robot, which is, what is it, almost all men are doing now, that thing on the screen there, it looks like a real woman, but it's just a screen. It's just a fantasy. It's not real. There may be somebody real on the other side, but it's actually having sex with a screen. Whenever you have sex with fantasy or unreality, go to a prostitute or have sex with yourself and you're a man, which almost all teenagers are doing. And one of the consequences of that is the average 20-year-old man has 20% less testosterone than 20 years ago. That's a major significant thing, and it's continuing to go down. And when it gets down a certain amount, they can't make babies. And when women's estrogen levels go down, and they're going down as well, they can't make babies. I've got some women over here on my side that maybe are beyond menopause. And you're thinking, well, you know your estrogen levels are low. Because when you can't make egg, when you run out of the eggs, then you're in menopause. Can you get estrogen? Yes. You can still get the estrogen you need for happiness and fulfillment and long life. And that estrogen is produced from your adrenal gland. And your adrenal gland after menopause and even during, it'd be easier if women didn't have such a stressed out adrenal gland. With that, and I'll just throw in there one of the most current research, the most potent thing to avoid perimenopause, menopause, and postmenopause dramatically drops in estrogen. What is it? From deep muscles. Muscles. This is the latest brain research. You want to avoid dementia. You want to avoid Alzheimer's. My sister died of Alzheimer's at 60 years old. She was a completely not exercising person. And I'm not saying you have to go to the gym and build muscles up. That actually can get in the way of your female hormones. But you need to use your body. You need to use your muscles. And the research is showing that there can be lots of different kinds of exercise. But 30-minute walks are proven to dramatically drop dementia and also help your body make estrogen. It basically, there's a whole reason for all this, but I'm giving a short talk, but that's just the outcome. I just want to give the outcome on that. Stress for women. Oh, by the way, it's not jogging. For men, jogging's fine. Women are all jogging. And if she's jogging and it's like she's smiling at the same time, that's perfectly great. But if you see some women jogging, anything that's stressful in your exercise is going to not only not have the benefit result you want, but it also inhibits fat burning. Okay. Inhibits fat. And these women are just trying to, get out of breath. If you're out of breath, you're stressed, you don't burn fat. And the thing for aging men to understand with testosterone, maybe a few more words on testosterone. So testosterone, what does it produce? I just said independence. That's just one of the aspects of testosterone production. That's a good beginning. And the other one is dependence. So what is a relationship with somebody? You're interacting with them. You're depending on them for something, for human contact. There was so much marital distress and divorce and unhappiness and needing to take antidepressants and sleeping pills, all that during this foolish lockdown. Why? Because we stopped having relationships. And 6 feet distance, do you know what that is? Maybe the most maniacal person in the world figured that one out. Because you have an energy field that's 6 feet. If you keep 6 feet distance, you get no fuel from other people's energy field. My wife used to say to me, if I wasn't in a good mood, honey, would you go buy some cauliflower at the grocery store? Just get me around people and my energy field opens up. For me, it's not like I would be in a bad mood. It's just I would be completely one with the universe. It's hard to find this guy. Where are you? So she wants to have this feeling guy who's connected to her. And as a human being, I get a certain type of connection through my wife, but I need more than that, not sexual. I need friendships. I need interactions. There's a really great booth over here, which is called Human Design. Who's done Human Design? They have an understanding that we all have certain energy centers that are empty and certain that are active. And if one's empty, you'll naturally be drawn to somebody who's active. If you're active in one, people will be drawn to you. It's amazing how it is. They've developed whole kind of their own astrological thing with it. It's profound, but there's reasons why on a biological level, on a hormonal level, on messages that we send out, and on astrological levels, why we're drawn to certain people and not others, and why those relationships can change. So I just had this 7-year Saturn thing, which is big upsets for me, big changes. Like the time when at 28 is when big time for a lot of people when they grow up. And that's psychological. I observed it. And then suddenly we have biology that shows that the prefrontal cortex cannot develop until you're around 25 to 28. And if you don't have education, it doesn't develop. Just to put that in there. You miss the window. There's certain things that we're just going to, we all have challenges, but that's a real key one. Is education is very important. The ideal thing in your 20s, I'll just put it out there, is learning self-sufficiency. I was graced in being a yogi and learning how to be happy on my own. I can be happy on my own, but not the kind of happy I feel with my children, and not the kind of happy I feel with my wife, my grandchildren. When I married Bonnie, so I ended with Barbara and did this big healing because my heart was broken, one of those 7-year cycles. And then I called up Bonnie again and said, I'm passing by Santa Barbara. I was driving from LA to San Francisco. I'm on my way, Santa Cruz. She was in Santa Cruz. I just want to come see you. She says, the last several months, I've been trying to end my relationship with this boyfriend, and finally it's done. He's out of my life. And I said, that's why I'm here. And just for playful, my personality, she then said, no, I'm devoting my weekend to God, because he's very spiritual people. I resonate with spiritual people, loving people, and all that. And I said, God has sent me. I mean, it would be a whole funny movie, because we talked all night, and in the morning, and we were in bed talking all night. We didn't do it, but while we're talking in the morning, her ex-boyfriend was outside the window listening. And to this day, he thinks she cheated on me with him, and that's why she was ending the relationship. It was very, very, but at the time, I said, come on in. I'll tell you this amazing story of what just happened to me. I'm a storyteller. I love talking about what happens in life. And so he came in, I talked to him. He was very friendly. I know how to talk to guys in a very friendly way. Bonnie just said, I'm out of here. This is crazy. That's the movie I want to be in. She went off. But within a month, I proposed to Bonnie. I'd already proposed years before, and then we were married very soon after that. And we were soulmates, and we were there for 34 years. And then she died of cancer, which was another one of those 7-year things, which is the hardest time of my life. And this is also a really hard time too, because somebody I invested $5 million in. He just died. My money manager, he died, and now he leaves everything to me. But what he left to me is a lot of lawsuits and a lot of debts, two businesses that I'm inheriting, but I can't get into the accounts to run them. So they're dying if I don't use my own resources to keep it alive. And at the same time, my new wife, after my wife died, I married again. She's wonderful. And we were planning to start a food truck business. And so we actually have a fleet that we're developing of 16 food trucks. She thinks like me. She's just like me. Everything has to be big. So then I have this whole new thing I'm developing. I have my thing I'm developing. And then I have all of these other things where I can't access my funds because to a great extent, some I can still access when probate is over. So I'm going to give you a piece of wisdom. If you have any assets that you want to leave to anybody, you write a will, but you put it in a trust. Because if you don't put it in a trust, then as soon as that person dies, you can't do anything the will says. The courts have to handle it. So they're going to look at all the bills and everything before you get anything. And for me, it could be years before I get mine because part of the probate is he has lawsuits. And so we have to have the lawsuits. I have to have the lawsuits. They have to be all paid back. And this all happens. Then whatever's left, you know, his wife's getting and sisters are getting, and you know, I'm getting all the companies because I've basically funded them all. So anyway, so this is a trying time for me. So I just want to say how when you learn to process emotions, how you do it. And so I looked at this, and the principle that I teach is the 90-10 principle. Whatever's upsetting you in the present moment, if it's big, something like really big happens, or anything that causes you to be emotionally charged, 90% of it has to do with something that happened in the past. This is the foundation of all psychology, is the recognition that we're all messed up from childhood, to whatever extent we're messed up. And where does that come from? Then we have brain science. And brain science reveals to us that when we're children for the first 7 years, we're primarily in a brain state called theta. Theta is dream state. It's also a deep state of hypnosis where we're under suggestion. And in that state of hypnosis and suggestion and dream state, we absorb the neurosis of our parents. We all have them in us. And when you can sort of handle your life, like your issues now with your life, your soul says, now let's deal with your parents. First, it deals with your childhood. Then it deals with your childhood is all based on your trauma of childhood as your parents. It deals with your parents. And then I've done this for 50 years. When you get to my age doing it all and being an expert at it, then you're no longer dealing with that. You're dealing with the lineage of your parents. And that's where you go back into past lives and so forth. And that's all with us. And science shows us, as well as various religious traditions, that we're being affected by 7 generations. And the work we do on ourselves now is going to affect 7 generations in the future. But you leave untouched, somebody else is going to have to deal with. And how do you scientifically look at that? You can measure stress levels of little birds. You take a look, they have short lifespan. So you get a little bird and you traumatize that little bird with a tall man with a red hat. Okay, so that person traumatizes that little bird. That's the study. So the bird is all stressed and wants to run away. So now you've created a traumatic event. That little bird grows up, forgets about the man with the red hat. Unless he was to come back, immediately that will come back. It's a conditioned response. I'll give you how I learned about conditioned response. Is once I was in a car accident when I had my paper route around 16 years old, and I was blinded by the sun crossing a busy street and ran into another car. I was bad about that at the time, and I was knocked unconscious, and it was a trauma. And I had a paper route. That was my paper. Every time I would drive close to that spot, my knees would feel weak. Literally, I couldn't go to that place without feeling some traumatic. That's PTSD. You have big traumas. And as far as relationships go, if you have trauma in relationships, then you get into another relationship, and at a certain point where you start to feel safe and love, that trauma comes up. It doesn't come up if you're stressed. When you're stressed in present time, it's right now happening. But when there's no stress in present time, kabang, that's where it starts coming back up. We have to know how to deal with that. What we know now with PTSD is these soldiers are just doing their job, but when they come back to this world where they're safe, that's when it comes up. Your brain says, can't deal with it. You know, when you just see all your friends just shot and dead and you're in danger, you have to protect yourself. So your brain produces cortisol in the brain, which cuts you off from any emotions. So basically, particularly for men. And it would just shut down emotions until later, and the emotions that you could have felt then if you felt safe will now come up. Because emotions come up when you feel safe. Emotions are estrogen. And we also know that when men have a lot of estrogen go up, when they feel safe, too safe, this is like a retired man, his testosterone crashes. And he dies. He's got 2-3 years to live once his testosterone goes down. You know, they'll talk all about cholesterol as the cause of heart attacks. There's actually no research showing that cholesterol levels have anything to do with heart attacks. I just want to say that. I met the guy who invented Lipitor, which inhibits cholesterol. There's a black box warning. That means a significant warning on Lipitor, which says can cause dementia. may, of course, cause dementia. Because your brain needs cholesterol. You need saturated fats. It's like really important. Everybody's been ignoring it. Now we have a society of everybody with dementia. Cholesterol is very, very important for our health. The only evidence that they have evidence that Lipitor, which reduces your cholesterol levels dramatically, brings them back to what they call normal. It will increase your lifespan 2 weeks after your first, if you start taking it after your first heart attack. Now, what else happens when you get your first heart attack? If you go to a doctor, the doctor's going to put you on cholesterol. The doctor's going to say, you're going to die if you don't get on that, if you're not on that treadmill. I mean, you have to start taking vitamins, you have to start this, you have to do all this stuff, otherwise you'll die. That's what keeps people alive the extra 2 weeks, not Lipitor. The research on cholesterol shows that half the people with heart attacks have low cholesterol compared to what we call normal, and the other half have high cholesterol. So in scientific terms, it's not the reason. But in terms of scientific terms, for men, what there is something called oxidative cholesterol. Now, oxidative cholesterol is just stress hormones in your body. If you're producing stress hormones consistently, you will oxidize your cholesterol. And it's the oxidation of cholesterol that can cause all the plaque and cause the breakdown and cause the heart attacks and so forth. But when do men experience chronic stress? The only time a man is experiencing chronic stress is when his testosterone are lower than the norm and his estrogen is higher than the norm. See, this is simple plumbing. Men who have low testosterone, they don't just have low libido, they're passive, they're irritable, they can be aggressive, or they have fight or flight basically much of the time. So you want to talk to them, they either get mad at you or they stop talking and they walk in another room. Fight, flight. Why? Because his testosterone levels are low. And his estrogen levels start to rise too high. So whenever you're in an argument, why does he get mad when he's not practicing what these guys come up to me? One idea, one of the hundreds of ideas in these books, but this is one men will always say to me, I just have to listen, I have to speak. Well, when you talk, if she's saying something that may be a little annoying to you, maybe it sounds like she's complaining, or she's not happy with you, of course you're going to experience a little stress. Because men depend on women to feel happier. I'm happy in myself in my 20s. I'm a happy guy. But when I married Bonnie, I told her, my life compared to what it is now, my life was black and white. You've given me color. You were just like a whole, they say you can have a house and then you can have a home. There's no woman in it. It's a house. Women create a home. Women create family. Women empower the universe of love. Now, I have a female side, so I'm a very loving guy, whatever. But primarily, my source of that love was my mother. And my source of that love now is my wife. Otherwise, I'm just another soldier out there in the world, doing what has to be done to achieve my goals, which often people will call narcissist, because you're doing things just for yourself. Whereas a man who has a role model of a father who made mom happy, and 60% of males today grow up in homes without a father, and 60% of females grow up in a home without a father. So you have no idea how great men can be. And you don't have any understanding of how men are. Dads just sit around and when they get home and they say nothing. My dad never said anything. My mother was very happy. She was glad about it. My dad had 2 roles. He had a good job. He worked hard. He provided a middle-class home for my mother. Her dream was 7 children. I got these people at the age of my mom over here nodding their head. Yeah. What's all this fuss about relationships? Get a guy with a job, have your children, live happily ever after in many cases. The only time you don't live happily ever after, if he makes too much money or he doesn't make enough money. Too much money makes men arrogant. And now you got a guy who, when you say you have a complaint, he says, who are you to complain? I'm the one who made all the money. So that's dysfunction. And that man did not have a father, or that had a father who gave him money. So this is back in the day, and the Rockefellers and all the multi-billion millionaires. There's books written about them. Their children, males, were called playboys. What's a playboy? A guy who doesn't want to make a commitment, a guy who throws tantrums, a guy who takes drugs, movie star. Anybody who's overpaid, you typically have the tendency to become a playboy because things come easy to you. 10% of the guys on Tinder or whatever those social apps are all playboys. All they have to do is say, I've got a house, I'm over 6 feet tall, I'm fairly handsome, and they can have any woman they want and have sex in one night. 90% of the guys are never getting laid. And they're pissed off at women. They're feeling rejected all the time. And those women who say yes to these guys because, wow, what a dream guy. A guy with a job, how about that? You know, he's got a house. Well, I like that security. So those women think, oh, if I just have sex with them, they'll want to be with me. Not knowing that we have sex right away with a man, your chances of a commitment dramatically go down. For a man to have the power to commit to you, to pledge his life to you, he has to earn it. If you give it away free, that was good, like it. Now I'm going to somebody else. I'm going on something. That's what they do. They go from one woman to another. Can't find the perfect woman. Can't find the perfect woman because they're depending on the woman to make them happy rather than on themselves to make the woman want to have sex with it, to make a woman feel safe and happy. Women have given away. This is what's happened in our culture. And it's even worse. And although everything which has happened, it's all of God's play to bring us to a higher level. Because back in the day, I grew up in the 60s, rock and roll, drugs, get high, free sex. I mean, I had so much sex. It was wonderful. It was free, you know, it was just fantastic. You didn't have to get married. And it was like you got birth control, although I never had condoms, but it was fun time. Oh, it was just so much fun. But the end result, as I was becoming increasingly depressed, it felt empty to me, particularly going high with drugs would feel empty afterwards. I remember a song, Can't Find My Way Home. Oh, you remember the song? Yeah? What's it? Blind Faith. Who remembers that song? I was, after the Texas Woodstock, I drove home, had my little VW bug, and I was so crashed from that, being high for 3 or 4 days, whatever it was, with different drugs. I was just curled up in the little compartment in the back of a VW. And one of my friends was driving us home, and they were playing over and over, Can't Find My Way Home. That was me, Can't Find My Way Home. And my way home was reconnecting with my soul. And so that's what brought me into spirituality, and I found my home. And I think after 4 years of really dedicated retreat meditation, there was a level of enlightenment, which was my mind has found its resting place, where I can always just let my mind relax. It can go down. But when I can do that, I can do that. But if I would stand in front of an audience, whoosh, anxiety would come out. If I'd step out of my comfort zone, anxiety would come out. I didn't know how to process negative emotions. So I had to learn how to process negative emotions. So this is my books share that. It takes a 3-day weekend for really to master that. My people did this weekend. They're all blown away. I was counseling a woman the other day who had so much resentment about her husband. You know, it's just fueling. They would be together, just like coming out. He's out of work. So a man out of work would drive a woman nuts. It's just, and a woman out of work, and I can support her, makes me really happy. The challenge for men today is women who work. And a bigger challenge for men today is women who make more money. It's a reality. Now you can overcome these challenges, but we have to learn how to do it. That's why I wrote this book, Beyond Mars and Venus. That's why we have this class called Transform Your Love Life. What's the name? Oh, it's Men from Mars to a Modern World. Okay, so that's a class. It's a 6-week class. Very powerful, but we're learning some good things here, and I want you to walk away with the importance of managing stress effectively. They did studies in the year 2000 of women in the workplace, and they found that in the workplace, when a woman was at a job whose main purpose is to make money. So this is when you're there to make money, you make testosterone. Anytime you have to make decisions based upon success, you make testosterone. Danger produces testosterone. Whether you think you're dangerous or not, the workplace is always dangerous. What decision, if you make the wrong decision or you don't show up, catastrophe happens. You lose your job. You're in a family, a nurturing thing, the child who's sickest actually gets more attention. But in the work world, the person who's most effective, most confident gets more. And if you're not competent and effective, you don't make the right decisions, you get less. So that's a world where men thrive. And yet it was seen to be a world against women, when really the rules of the workplace, which have evolved, which I like, which is more supportive of women with teamwork, with therapy. You know, and then I'm everywhere in the world. I'm in 45 countries. I teach in 20 countries around the world personally. And when I go to the Middle East, they love me. The judges there, you can't get a divorce until you read Men from Mars. Yeah, they're government buildings. They invite me in to give my talks to them. And they say, you're the only white man we've ever let in because we love you. You're just what the Quran says. Whenever it is, wherever I go, you know, in India, in Jewish land, Israel, that's where the highest concentration of people who read my book. And it's because I'm married to a Jewish woman. First, your wife are Jewish, so you have to have these skills to make a Jewish woman happy. It can be challenging. But any woman, you know, I counsel women all the time, thousands, hundreds, and helping men understand women, helping women understand men. But we have to learn. And, you know, maybe you all came here to think that you're going to learn how to have great relationships with a 1-hour talk. This is a problem that's plaguing our whole planet. Okay? And actually, to a certain extent, has always plagued our planet. Because when a child does not grow up in an environment where punishment is not required, when people are hurt, they will start wars. That's it. And then there'll be others, particularly men, and it's a very small number of men, but they're psychopaths. Now measure the hormones of a psychopath. They have no estrogen. So they only have testosterone. So they have no compassion, no empathy, everything's for, and there have been books written by university professors who analyze all of our presidents. Either they're extreme psychopaths or sociopaths. Basically means, and they're almost the same thing. They have no empathy. Everything is like a Mr. Spock, although they often will call that a narcissist, where they can actually fake everything. They learn how to look like empathy. Politicians fit in that category. They know how to do it. They know how to look. Oh, our Gavin Newsom, he looks so good, doesn't he? He's so good, so slick. They're the slickest. Okay. Anyway, not saying he's a psychopath, sociopath. Just saying most politicians, according to Harvard professors, are either psychopaths or sociopaths. So the theme of Men from Mars, I'll do a few things out of Men from Mars, which is what the men say to me. I just learned, listen to my wife. And it was the biggest complaint in the 90s when I wrote that book. Men don't listen, men don't listen. Teach men to listen. And I still tell that to men today. But I do more to it, which is not only listen, but if you're angry about anything, stop talking. Why is that? Because I understand the biology. The biology is that whenever you talk about what you feel, or you talk about anything with emotion, estrogen goes high. That's why 90% of the people who go to therapists where you talk about feelings are women. They'll pay to have me listen to them and not say that much. Ask questions, empathize. I don't just do that because I think that would not be a service to them. But talking about your feelings will produce estrogen and lower your stress levels, and it's proven. When you're stressed, you're not revealing. So when you feel I can't talk to anybody, you're alone, it's a major source of stress, particularly for women. I was a yogi. I didn't talk to anybody for months at a time. I was high as a kite. I don't need to talk. And we have this whole notion in the Western world with psychology. Everybody needs to talk. Oh, you're in a bad mood? Talk. What's going on inside of you? And then he keeps pestering him. What is it? What is it? He doesn't know. Men have to mull on things for a while. And if you ask a woman what's going on, she'll start talking, but if she'll change her mind in the process, you know, she goes from problems to it's not so bad. Okay, it's just a circle going around. She does that out loud. Men do it inside. Just don't interrupt the process and saying, hey, what's the matter? What's going on? Did you have a bad day? Tell me how you feel. I don't really feel like telling you how I feel. If you want a man to talk, though, and want to have conversation with him, never ask him what he feels. This is estrogen. If my testosterone's low, the last thing I need is more estrogen. What I need is to think, not talk, or do anything that challenges me in some non-stressful way. This is men. This is called the cave in Men Are From Mars. After that book, now we know it became a merchandise thing. Buy things for your cave, men. What's your cave? At my house, I actually dug in the side of the hill a cave with a big dome roof, which is the sky. My windows. It's my cave. I go there. And where I don't want to connect with my wife or my children. Why would I be that way? I'm so cold and heartless? No, I love my family. I dedicate my life to them. I care for them all the time when I'm not in the cave. So now if my wife needed to come to the cave, it's not like you can't come into my cave. Okay, the door's unlocked all the time. But there's a rule. When you come in the cave, you can't say, how do you think in this mess? She'll just start cleaning up. And, just leave my stuff. Oh, this is my stuff. When I was so successful with Men Are From Mars, we got a bigger house in Mill Valley, a lovely home. And there's a big kitchen, lots of drawers. And her comment was, what are we going to do with all these drawers? I said, so much space. It's amazing. Would it be okay with you if I have one drawer that's all mine? Still have that drawer. This is my drawer. Why do you need your drawer? They're all our drawers. I said, no, they're all your drawers. So everything that goes in the drawers, you will figure out the best way to do it. If I want drawers, you'll explain to me why that's not a good place to put drawers. And I respect that. I just need one drawer that's mine. My things I can throw in there. It can be a mess. It doesn't have to be organized. And you can't put things in my drawer. That's my little drawer. We had a long conversation about this. I finally got through on that one. But later on, she started putting things in my drawer. Started opening it up. How do you find anything in here? Where are those keys? Where are these keys? So I practiced just listening. So it's see, there's a force of, if we come back to our bodies and how we make babies, which is the major thing. See, these estrogen for a woman, when she ovulates, her estrogen levels have to go high than normal in order to want to have sex. See, one of the big problems is, if you're not 3 or 4 days before ovulation, you're a young woman, you're over here on another part of your cycle where your estrogen's dropped and your progesterone is high. That's too much to include in this talk. But if you're over here and a man says to you, your husband says, hey, honey, let's have sex. And if you're not that spot, you're going to go, I don't really have any part of me that wants to have sex. And he has a part that always wants sex. So he doesn't understand it. He takes it personally. What's going on here? He doesn't know that if you know how to keep raising your estrogen every day, and I call them biohacks, relationship biohacks, you can keep her estrogen levels not just 10 times higher than a man's, but 15 to 20 times higher than a man's. Just by, here's one biohack, 4 hugs a day. And when you hug a woman, you give her 6 to 8 seconds. 6 to 8 seconds is proven to immediately produce oxytocin, which makes her feel safe. When a woman feels safe, she stops thinking about all the things you've done wrong. And then she can enjoy the hug and feel like it depends on this guy. And then the hormones change again. So every few hours, when I wake up, I gotta have a hug. I run for her. Where is she? And if I run to her, it produces more oxytocin. So you have to run. Another biohack is any time in the day, she can, this is in the beginning, you don't have to do it later, but she puts her hand like this. That means she's gonna make a request of me. It takes less than 5 minutes. And I've agreed that whenever the hand comes up, once a day at least, once a hand, whatever she asks me to do, I will do immediately without a grumble, without a growl, with like, really, you want me to do that? Can't you do that? And this has to be something that she can do by herself, that she doesn't have to do by herself, because he's so happy to do it. And that's the foundation of all romance. Romance is kicking your estrogen levels up higher than normal. And this is about love, romance, and longevity. Romance is all the things that we traditionally knew about romance. Now I've expanded it a whole world in this book here, Beyond Mars and Venus, is you don't normally think of 4 hugs a day where a man runs to you as a romantic thing. That's building the estrogen So that then when you take her to a restaurant, for example, estrogen soars. Why? Why is that considered romantic? Because she doesn't have to cook, and then she doesn't have to clean, and she doesn't have to worry about things and shop for it. This is like freedom for her, because women are different from men, and they thinking all the time, what do I have to do? What do I have to do? What do I have to do? When I process women, learn about women's unhappiness and stress, one of the congruent things that happens, all the women I've done at least, is a feeling of overwhelm, that I have so much to do. And I have never felt in my life overwhelmed, except recently when I just took on 3 new companies. But I have to tell you, I just needed 1 day to process it. You know, I was basically really, how am I going to do this? And fear came in because I have responsibilities and my cash flow was stopped, and I'm helping this person's mortgage and I take care of this people over here. I have a lot of responsibilities. And if I can't fulfill those people, I feel terrible. Some people would be out on the street. So I'm feeling all this pressure and everything. And that's my emotions. So let me process through and let go of all that fear and anxiety and unhappiness there, or stress. So I looked at what was happening. I wrote out what's going on. And then I went, what does this remind me of in the past? And it brought me back to the feelings of when Bonnie died, went back to the next level of feelings, went back as far as I could, back to a childhood experience where my dad owed me money. And he just lost $3 million. By the way, 4 times in my life, I've been cheated out of $3 million. That is a pattern that each time I say thank you, because I have greater empathy and compassion for my father. Because when he lost, we over, time's up. Okay. He lost, okay, that's somebody else. Cool sound though. When his father died, he got $3 million from the business, the oil company. And he had some friend who got him into something, a gold mine, because he didn't know anything about investing. And he lost all $3 million. And this is when I was a young kid. And then I grew up in a family of 5 older brothers, or 4 older brothers. And everybody was saying, oh, we could go to Europe, we could do this. Except Dad lost all the money. Except Dad lost all the money. Except Dad lost that money. And when my kids are growing up and suddenly I lost $3 million, I had so much money, I was going to have my own island with a retreat center on it, and I could do alternative health without the government controlling me. It was an altruistic thought. And it turned out 2 other billionaires also had bought the same island. So it was some guy just selling an island in the Bahamas. You've heard that story. Well, that happened to me too. So there's other ones as well. But and another one I invested in the beginning of before Google was known. The early version of Google was this university professor, and it was a woman. She was brilliant. She developed language skills and so forth. And the company was going to go public. I put in $3 million. That number, 3 million. And she decided she didn't like the board of men who didn't know how to listen to her. I understood it. They should have had me there. But anyway, she decided she didn't like them all. It didn't go public. And on a side deal, she sold it to Microsoft, and that became Bing. That's their search engine. Good investment. It's not like I'm stupid, okay? So it's just like, I shouldn't have trusted this guy. But the guy I trusted is the guy who just died as well, because he also made me $5 million about 3 years ago in a company that we started together. So that was good. But I gave the $5 million back to him, and then he had some trouble, and he died. He's 10 years younger than me. And suddenly he died. No trust. That's shocking. So here I am feeling all the stress of that, all the pressure of that. I processed it going back to my childhood, back to this event where my dad actually had a similar kind of thing happen. And he owed me money, and I'm a little boy, and I said, you owe me. And he said, well, I can't always pay my debts, because he couldn't. He was like me at this point. And I was so hurt. I was so mad. This is the first time I was so mad at my dad that I wanted to punish him. So what did I do to punish him? I drank poison to kill myself, because he'll feel really bad. He sees what he's done. And I learned a very important lesson. That was chloroform. Little baby cats would sleep under the tires of the cars, and you'd run over them. You want to do mercy killing, so you give them a little pot of chloroform and they die. So I started with chloroform, half the bottle at my pillow, just went to sleep. I woke up, I was alive. So I drank the rest of the bottle for a good 9 years, had stomach problems. So I got reminded that punishing myself to punish others is not a good idea. And what I've learned is every time I withhold love, I'm punishing myself. Because the greatest pain we can ever feel is withholding the love that we have for others. That's what we do. We all do it all the time. If you don't behave the way I think you should, I stop loving you. Although prior to that, I had love. Now, loving someone doesn't mean letting them cheat you again. I wish you well, but I'm not going to hold it against you. Try to understand. You know, when you understand people, you have empathy and compassion, a much happier life. Here's an example I use. If you imagine, how much time do I have?
About 5 minutes.
Okay. I'm really into cars, and which, by the way, I love the Tesla, and you can buy one for like $22,000. You get a 3. Amazing investment right now. My 3 I bought for $65,000 maybe 5 years ago. But because what he does is when his sales go down, he just makes it cheaper. He's just running them out. He's a unique businessman. Anyway, this is a good time to buy a Tesla 3. And even it's still in the 20,000s, you can get the upgraded Tesla, the bigger one, Y or something like that. It's just a great car. I've had mine for 6 years, maybe even 7. I can't keep track of it. But I've never brought it in. Only thing I've done is change the tires. Never had a problem. Always works. Outrageously good car. I just want to throw that out there for people if they're thinking of a new car. So the next thing I want to say is my time's getting sort of over. You've been a wonderful audience. You've chuckled at some of my good, fun stories. So I'm driving in my car, and then this doesn't happen anymore, but I used to be driving in my car, and I like to drive fast, and there'd be somebody going slow in the fast lane. And I feel annoyed. I get angry. And I want to get around that person. Then I look at them. Just gut reaction. Look at them. Give them my evil eye. And without a doubt, every time I look, then I get to see them and I realize instantly why they're driving slow. It could be a young teenage girl driving her first time in a car that's given to her. It could be you over the age of 70, who's living in a different time zone, cruising with life. They could be from South America, and they have a different time zone there. It's the big rush. Mañana. So it's like I learned so much about people because. And now when somebody's in front of me, I start to imagine, now what's the reason going to be? I still look because I want to get validation. I say, what's my imagination going to be? Because we tend to, whenever we're stressed, we imagine the worst. We don't understand. And as we understand, wisdom helps us have compassion, empathy, and love. And that's the key. With some dedicated to help us understand each other in positive ways. A Mars-Venus thing is men just be good listeners, show lots of affection, give hugs. Another biohack is for the woman to do, raise your hand. He agrees to it. I've never met a man who won't say, once a day, if you raise your hand, I will do whatever you ask me to do with a smile on my face, like I'm the genie in a bottle. My wish is your wish is my command. I'm going to do it right away. Instant. Because it's only 5 minutes. See, men work in time. When you start talking, we don't know how long that's going to be. Okay? So we're tired already. Okay, so the flip side of that is the guy is men in their cave. And that so many women will say to me, thank you for teaching me about the cave. Because every time my husband's ignoring me, I always think he's mad at me. And many times men are not purposely ignoring you. We're just taking our attention off of you. Because whenever we put our attention on someone we love, estrogen goes up and testosterone starts to go down. And after a day of stress and exhaustion, our testosterone will tend to go down. We need some time to not be intimate with a female or child. We need time just to do what we like to do. Now that has danger because now guys, what they like to do is porn. That doesn't work. Porn is a major spurt of testosterone, little spurt, and then it's done. And over time, the estrogen levels go down. I have research on that. I have no time to talk about. But the number one thing, people always ask me, if you could go back to your teenage years, what would you want to say to yourself? Don't masturbate. I think that's the crux of all. And I just want you to know our lovely United Nations, who's Won't say more about it, but other than they have a new curriculum for sex education, where children will be taught by your third grade teacher how to masturbate. Yep. And I don't think they're going to graphically do it on their body or something, but they're going to teach them that masturbation is loving yourself, and that we should all love ourselves starting in third grade. If you feel to, just any permission to touch that guy's got to just go into up and down. And for those listening, if you're mothers and you don't have a husband, or your husband, if you're listening, how do you teach your children not to mess with that guy? Is teach them an ancient Chinese technique and say, hey, you start noticing this penis will start to rise up. If you touch it, it feels really good. But it's important that you don't go up and down on it. You go up like this. Just touch it, and it'll feel good, and it will stop feeling good after about 5 or 10 minutes. Just that. And you don't ejaculate. Every culture in history has talked about ejaculation as losing brain injury, brain power. And I'm just so lucky that I had 9 years of celibacy where I could develop my higher consciousness as a foundation for life. Then what I found is that I had sex with a woman I didn't love, my unboundedness would temporarily disappear. I was fueled by that. Now I'm a little extreme because I really was celibate. All the other monks were still up and down. It's they're not going to tell me. I can tell because I can smell a celibate. Because if you're celibate, your semen comes out here. Yeah, it's an amazing smell. I have the most amazing smell. It went away once I started having sex, but I feel unique. And it literally, they have a word for it in the Eastern culture, which is ojas. You radiate. And of course, I still radiate. And it's the meditation I do. And also, I make sure I don't have too much sex. It's very important. Now, what you can learn as you get older, none of you young guys will be able to do this, but learn to be multi-orgasmic and never ejaculate. So I never ejaculate now. I have sex. Now I can have sex every day. Practically, I can. It's not every day we do it, but almost. Because it never turns off. You see what happens when men ejaculate, they're done for a while. There's so much estrogen in an orgasm, it just knocks their testosterone down. And what an ejaculation is a spasm that releases the juice, which nature put into us to make babies. But this is something all the Tantra teachers teach, the Taoist teachers teach. Only masters really can do it. They can learn to do it. But I teach a class on that as well. Can teach people, even they don't have to be my age to do it. What you first have to do, there's a lot of things you have to do, and I teach that. But that's something to look forward to. I mean, just think about every night when you're getting in bed. It's not like you're doing it, you feel like you want to do it. That's the whole thing. And if a man doesn't ejaculate, then a woman stays in a high estrogen state. Because every time a man ejaculates, she's deflated. It's just the juice that keeps her up is a man's passion and interest in her. And then when it depletes, then it's back to herself again. She can't depend on that energy to prop her up. So those are some interesting concepts. I wanted to throw some concepts out there, some ideas. Mainly that when men go to their cave, not to take it personally because it's something he needs to do. And even when he's sitting near you and he's talking to you and suddenly he stops talking, or he comes home and he's not talking, you'll say, what are you feeling? Say nothing. Okay. Remember the Harvard study, he's feeling nothing. And don't encourage him to talk because he could be feeling a little annoyed or stressed about something, because men are when a man is stressed, his estrogen is too high. If he talks, it will only go higher and his stress will increase, but he'll blame you. So you don't want that. I humorously, in my Broadway show, where I actually had a Broadway show and this stuff, I had the most successful show in history, because I had no props or anything, it was just me on stage. So all the money came to me, and I was the biggest theater, the Gershwin Theater. It was amazing, and everybody hated me because I made so much money off of it. So, but one of the examples there is one woman, I'm reminded of these lovely ladies here, told me this. When you told me this, I realized my husband goes into this cave, and I just have to get in there. I got to know what he's feeling, what's happening. And when I go in, he starts digging holes. He's digging tunnels. Because sometimes for a woman, if you're pursuing a man when he pulls away, you're going after him. What are you feeling? What are you feeling? He's running away from you. A little dance that goes on. Stop running after him. Balance that with. Sometimes women say, well, if he's in his cave, what am I supposed to do? supposed to have a life that makes you fulfilled. So he's only a piece of the pie, which is not the whole pie. We just like our slice, and that's it. You know, we're the one that can take you from happy to happier. Your life is to be happy. Now, when it comes to hormones, people say, are there things you can take to increase your hormones? Yes, there are, but I would like to focus first on behaviors to stimulate your hormones. And the most important one for men is get rid of the belly fat. Get rid of the belly fat. Now, I'm adding this to my talks because my belly fat got 2 inches further, and my doctor told me you're a candidate for heart disease. And what happened for me is I was doing intermittent fasting, which was a big deal. And I was overweight, went down, and then it came back. And my energy levels dropped because I was only eating 1 meal a day, and that lowers your metabolism. And then when you start to eat, then what occurs is you don't have a metabolism, so your body just stores it. So this is what happens to ballet dancers particularly. They starve themselves. Actresses starve themselves to look good for those pictures, and they can go down to the shrink down, but their metabolism slows down. When they finally start eating, they balloon up. So diets, diets just don't work. They work short term, but you deprive yourself of calories, your metabolism will stay stuck low. And so what I found, I'm in my 70s, and I discovered that, gee, you know, this is starting to edge out again. You know, it was in the beginning, went right down to a flat belly. Because see, flat belly for men is so important because if you have excess fat here in the belly, it's making estrogen all the time. That estrogen then pushes down that estrogen takes food and plants it in your belly. That's its function. Estrogen stores extra food on your body because when estrogen goes up, now you're ready to have the nutrients to make a baby, and then your body can lose it again. So that's what estrogen does. It causes fat to get stored in the belly, and when men's estrogen level goes high, this gets out there, and when it gets out a little bit 2 inches further than here, you're a risk factor for heart disease. And all my brothers had heart disease. They died, you know, they had heart attacks, you know, and it's a thing in our family, but a lot of families like that. So he said, hey, you want to live a long life? I do. I want longevity. Most important thing for a man is production of testosterone and get rid of belly fat. What are the things that make testosterone? Doing things, achieving goals. The number one reason people die in their 50s or 60s is men retire. As soon as men retire and they're not working, their testosterone levels drop, and we're a significant drop. And that is the number one reason men have heart attacks, dropping of testosterone. Lack of motivation, procrastination, depression, anxiety, all symptoms in men of lower testosterone. And of course, all you have to have is a man who doesn't have a job and he'll have any of those symptoms. He has to be working every day. That feeling of I have to get up produces testosterone. For women, the feeling I have to get up produces testosterone and lowers your estrogen. Your reality needs to be I get to get up. I love to get up. I love to do this. So a life that doesn't have pressure, where you're doing what you love to do, nurturing behaviors and so forth, and nurturing yourself and relationships, lots of kinds of relationships, not just with a man. So that's going to raise your estrogen levels up, helps to keep your stress levels down. For men, so these are like factors. This book is filled with all these different types of biohacks in order for men to raise their testosterone. But the most important one is men talking about their feelings will always raise their estrogen and only make their condition worse, which is why most men don't want to go talk to a therapist and talk about your feelings. But more and more, you're married to a woman, everybody says, if you're upset, you need to talk about your feelings. Because for women, you need to talk about your feelings. So I say, no, men don't need to talk about their feelings. They need to build their testosterone up. If they have a lot of feelings, like I did the other day, you analyze your feeling, what Freud taught. Okay, you analyze your feelings and you realize that your feelings you're having now have a little to do with now. It's just triggering your unresolved patterns in life. And you get a chance to identify them. And there's a process I teach people how to go through that. It's in all my books. If you want to master it, or at least take a good step towards mastering it, I have a weekend course in October in Mill Valley, or in Marin County. But also I'm doing that with this SoulSearch thing. So this is much cheaper than me in person, but it's online. If you notice, I'm not taking any questions. I don't do questions unless you pay me. And that's what it is. So here, it's a small fee, but you'll pay. Since there are people that come to my talks just to make me wrong. So they won't pay. so I don't know who you are. Just a few. I don't need you to disturb the energy of the room and have an argument with me. not my thing to convince anybody, but if you look at me and you say, what do you think, John? This is just what I think, what I've experienced. And a lot of people have gotten benefit from it. So what we've started doing now is our weight management program. What I learned from a doctor, I read a book, because I was getting out there, I was doing my intermittent fasting. I was thinking, look how great I am doing. My metabolism slowed down. So these are, if you want the regular program, where in a month, if you have 20 pounds or less in a month, you can lose 20 pounds by eating way more. My metabolism shot up and I lost 2 inches right here. And I'm going to do it another month. Actually, that was just 3 weeks. And then do another month and get it back down to when I was 25. Why not? So by increasing protein. Now you can't eat protein. It's bad for your kidneys if you eat high amounts of protein unless you digest the protein in advance. And a Swiss scientist, discovered that if you take whey protein and some milk in there and you add to it 5 different enzymes, which were a Nobel Prize discovery, and you let them incubate in hot water for 45 minutes, it completely digests itself. So there's no protein left. There's no sugar left, because it does have sugar in it to start with. You need sugar to activate the enzymes. You need hot water to activate the enzymes. Then you get the breakdown of the proteins, which is what your stomach should do. When you break down a protein, what you get is the amino acids. Every function in the body is amino acids. And then your body will take amino acids, and if you need protein, it will make protein out of it. But we don't get that. There's tests to show that if you were to have a normal protein shake, you would only assimilate 20% of the protein, get 20% of the amino acid potential. When you incubate, you get 90, 91, 95% of the amino acids get released in your body. And this was profound. For me, because of my family heritage and maybe 16 concussions I had Parkinson's in the year 2000. And by learning how to do amino acid supplementation, I was able to reverse it, early stage. And it's online. People ask me, how did I do it? That becomes a long process for me to help people. So Dr. Hinz, H-I-N-Z, I see some people, he has studies showing amino acid therapy in the early stages will reverse Parkinson's, or at least it will stop it from getting worse. Medical treatment only makes it worse over time. So there's so many things that can get better with amino acid therapy, like ADHD and all these things. If you actually digesting your proteins properly, but if you're stressed, you cannot digest your proteins. So what this incubation process is that I'm so excited about, and Dr. Arciero, who has written several books on this, protein pacing, he's the only doctor to ever have a peer-reviewed study showing that eating more causes you to lose weight and build muscle mass. So my muscle mass is greater in 2 to 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. I've lost over 10 pounds, maybe 12, 13 pounds. Every day goes down one, as adding protein shakes to my normal food. You start your day with an incubated protein shake. You have your lunch. You can just have a nice lunch. You can have a nice dinner, and then an hour before sleep, you have another incubated shake. Yeah. It's amazing. It's like ice cream, but no sugar. But once you do it for a few days, because it gives your brain amino acid, your addiction to sugar goes away. My blood pressure went to one, and I couldn't get life insurance for my new wife. I wanted to get life insurance, but my blood pressure was too high, and it went right down to 122 once my weight went off. So many benefits. They say cholesterol levels normalized, all these kind of things, although I don't care about cholesterol, but anyway, they do say it changes. This is extra stress carrying around for everybody. And so being healthy means not being overweight. And, unfortunately, when you look at everybody who went to the hospital, first of all, if you died of COVID, 95% of people who died of COVID went to the hospital. Okay, something about the hospital, but it's the same. And the people who did die, a large percent of them were overweight. So let's strengthen our immune system, our lives, learn practical ways. So if you're interested in learning about weight management, the products that I use, you can buy Dr. Arciero's book, but you can also go here to regular, it's like it's a little more expensive. This is more expensive. This is what I did, was rapid. I do 3 shakes a day, along with eating whatever I want to eat. It's somewhat healthy. And I lost all this weight. This is like a month, you can lose somewhere around 15 to 20 pounds. So
We'll have this up, we'll have this up at the front.
yeah, so we'll have this at the front. So what you do, for some of you that don't know this, you take your camera on your cell phone and you aim it at this, and a little yellow thing will come up, and you click it, and it will go to a website that explains this. Okay. All right.
Now, I know he's the Energizer Bunny. We have a workshop starting in here now, and just so you know, that's okay.
I thought we were last class.
I wasn't sure because usually
I hang around for half an hour.
And he never sees me in here. I'm already packed away, and he's talking
Keep going to the end.
We have,
I'll be out there if anybody wants to ask me questions.
he'll be up there. Also, he will be in Dublin next Saturday. We will be there at the Holiday Inn Dublin. And you will be there at 5:00 speaking, and so you can hear more of John and more of these.
And more information at marsvenus.com. We have free classes, we have paid classes. Thank you all so much. And one more thing, I just have a health food store with 40 different products that I promoted. It's the only one I continue to promote because nobody does it. It's what's called elemental orotates. It's a substance that if you have ups and downs, you will notice the benefit within days of not having ups and downs. If you don't have ups and downs and you're kind of like flat, you won't notice anything. But still, one of the ingredients here is the only ingredient that's proven to grow brain cells, which I needed because of all my concussions that I've had. So that is something you can buy at Amazon, but you can also get the link to it at my website, marsvenus.com. This is the one for men. There's one for women. They're very similar. Men's just has more zinc. So just to know the difference. Men need more zinc. Elemental orotates.
Okay.
My website has it right on their page. And it tells you what's in it. It explains it all. Thank you all. Have a lovely day. Come back in Dublin. I always give a different talk.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Glad you're here. Yeah.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and AJ Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the Guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway. Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience